Hello friends, welcome to Shadow Whisperer. All you see is darkness, just the sound of rain. Designed to help you relax, focus on the story, and drift into sleep. But before you do, remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel. And yes, feel free to share where you're listening from in the comments. Now, let's begin. They say a man of success is a man in control. They say he makes his own rules, that he stands tall, unbending against any storm. I used to believe that with every fiber of my being, every beat of my cold, hard heart. I built an empire, brick by painful brick, from nothing but dirt and a burning hunger. I thought I was the master of my own world, the captain of my own ship, sailing on a calm, clear ocean with no storms in sight. I thought I had buried my past so deep, it couldn't ever claw its way back to the surface. Until I saw Dane for the third time. That's when the cracks started to show, deep and dark, right through the shiny, polished surface of everything I had worked for, everything I thought I was. It was a Friday, just after lunch, around 2:45 in the afternoon. The Malibu sun was a giant burning eye in the sky, pouring down heat like molten gold. It washed over the huge, sparkling glass walls of my penthouse, making everything inside glow with a blinding light. Streaks of pure, shimmering gold danced across the polished marble floor, making the place feel like a palace, a fortress built just for me. I was in my study, a room bigger than the entire shack I grew up in, a room filled with expensive leather and dark wood. My fingers, usually so steady, tapped a nervous rhythm on the smooth, cold surface of my desk. I was almost done. Just a few more tiny figures to adjust on a big acquisition report. Something that would make me even richer, even more powerful, even more untouchable. I looked up for a moment, just to rest my eyes, and gazed out at the big blue Pacific Ocean. It stretched out forever, calm and beautiful, a vast, endless carpet of blue. And there he was. Not down on the street, where tiny cars zipped by like toy beetles, their sounds muffled by the height. Not near the beach, where I could just barely make out people laughing and playing in the sand, their worries far away. No, he was right there. On the terrace. My terrace. The one connected to my study, high above the world, a place only I, and my trusted few, were supposed to be. He was leaning against the fancy metal railing, the kind that cost more than my first car, his head tilted a little, like he was thinking about something funny. Something only he knew. There was a small, knowing smile on his face, a smile that sent a chill right down my spine, even in that hot, hot sun. It wasn't a friendly smile. No, it was a smile that promised trouble, a smile that knew secrets. There was no alarm going off, no piercing siren to break the quiet, no security guard running up the stairs, shouting warnings, no broken lock on the heavy, reinforced glass door that led to the terrace. No sound at all, not even a whisper of wind, not even the rustle of his clothes. Just Dane Staten. He wore the same worn leather jacket, the one he always wore, even in the desert heat, even when it made no sense. It looked dusty, like he'd just walked out of a sandstorm, like he'd been traveling for a very, very long time, and there it was, the same jagged cut along his chin, a white line against his weathered skin. I remembered giving him that cut myself one night, during a big, ugly fight about a job that had gone terribly wrong. It was a long time ago, 2 decades, but the memory was sharp, like a fresh wound, stinging and raw. And those eyes, those hollow eyes, they were dead as dirt, no light in them, no spark of life, and twice as cold as any winter night in a forgotten graveyard. They stared right at me, and I felt like he could see every bad thing I had ever done, every dark secret I kept locked away in the deepest corners of my mind. He saw the real Harold Stevenson, not the one everyone else saw. I blinked. Hard. So hard my eyelids felt bruised, like I could wish him away, make him disappear, make him a trick of the light, a figment of my tired imagination. But when I opened my eyes again, he was gone, just like that. The spot where he stood was empty, the railing gleaming innocently in the sun. The sun still shone, bright and unforgiving. The ocean still sparkled, calm and blue, but the air felt thin, cold, like someone had sucked all the warmth and life out of the room. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden, terrifying silence. My hands were shaking so badly I had to grip the edge of my desk, digging my fingers into the cool wood, just to stop them from trembling. The first time I saw him, it was just last week. I was at LaGuardia Airport in New York, rushing to catch a flight, my mind buzzing with numbers and deals. The place was packed, a sea of faces, all moving fast, a blur of bodies and voices. I was walking through the busy terminal, my expensive briefcase clutched tight in my hand, when I saw him out of the corner of my eye, standing by a newsstand, looking at a magazine like any normal traveler. He was just a flicker, a shadow in the crowd, a ghost in the periphery, but it was him. I stopped dead, my briefcase almost slipping from my suddenly numb fingers. I stared, my eyes burning, but he was gone, swallowed by the endless rush of people, like he had never been there at all. I told myself it was my mind playing tricks on me, that I was tired, stressed, seeing things. I tried to believe it. The second time was just 2 days ago. I was picking up my daughter, Lila, from her fancy private school. The parking lot was full of big, shiny cars, luxury vehicles, and busy parents, all talking on their phones, rushing. I was waiting by my sleek black car, watching Lila run toward me, her bright pink backpack bouncing with every step, her innocent laughter like music. Then I saw him, standing at the very edge of the parking lot, near the tall chain-link fence, just watching. He wasn't looking at me. No, he was looking at Lila. A cold, heavy dread seeped into my bones, chilling me from the inside out. It was a feeling worse than any fear for myself. I grabbed Lila's small hand, pulled her into the car, and drove away faster than I should have, my tires squealing. I kept checking my rearview mirror, my eyes darting, but he wasn't there. I told myself it was a stranger, someone who just looked like Dane, a cruel twist of fate. But deep down, in the pit of my stomach, I knew. This was the third time. And now, I couldn't pretend anymore. The truth was a cold, sharp blade, cutting through all my lies. My name is Harold Stevenson. I'm 52 years old, though some days I feel 100, like every year has taken 10 from my soul. I own more than a dozen companies, big ones, powerful ones, in finance, energy, and real estate. My name is on towering buildings in big cities, on bank accounts overflowing with money, on fancy letterheads that command respect. I have a huge mansion in Malibu, right on the coast, with a view of the ocean that most people only dream about, a view that stretches to forever. I have a penthouse in New York, high above the city lights where the world looks like a toy set. I've built a legacy so polished, so shiny, you could eat off it, a reputation as a man who earned everything he has. People look at me and see success, power, a man who has it all, a man who beat the odds. They see the perfect picture, the American dream come true. But it wasn't always this way. No, not by a long shot. I came from nothing, from the very bottom. A slum in West Virginia, a place where hope went to die, where dreams were crushed before they could even bloom. I was raised in a one-room shack, so small that the rats felt like neighbors, scurrying around in the thin walls, sometimes even in the same room, their tiny eyes watching us. We had dirt floors that turned to mud when it rained, a leaky roof that dripped cold water onto our faces at night, and never, ever enough food to fill our empty bellies. I learned early that if you wanted something, anything, you had to take it, because no one was going to give it to you. I cleaned gas station toilets, scrubbing away grime that seemed to stick to my soul, a constant reminder of how low I was. I hustled poker games in smoky back rooms, learning to read faces, to bluff, to hide my own tells, to cheat when I had to. When I was 16, I even carried bags for a coke dealer, just to make a few bucks, just to put something, anything, in my empty stomach. That's where I met Dane Staten. Dane was different from anyone I had ever known. He was built like a tank, all muscle and hard edges, a walking storm. He moved like a predator, always watching, always ready to strike, his eyes missing nothing. He had no parents, no family, no one to care about him, no one to mourn him, and that made him fearless, truly fearless. He had no brakes, no moral compass, just a raw, burning need to survive and take what he wanted, consequences be damned. We clicked, in a twisted, dark kind of way. We were two hungry animals, clawing our way out of the mud. We started small, doing dirty work, the kind of jobs no one else would touch. Illegal chop shops where stolen cars were taken apart piece by piece and sold for parts, their identities erased. Extortion, leaning on people who owed money, making them pay up with fear. Intimidation, making sure people knew who was boss, who held the power in the shadows. Dane was the one who handled the problems, the messy, violent stuff, the broken bones and the whispered threats. He was the hammer, the brute force. I was the one who cleaned up the mess, made sure the money moved quietly, made sure we didn't get caught, made sure the trails went cold. I was the brain, the planner, the one who saw the bigger picture. We made a fortune, a real fortune, more money than I had ever dreamed of, more than I could ever spend. But Dane? He changed. He got greedy, even greedier than me, and that was saying something because my hunger for more was endless. He got sloppy, leaving trails, making mistakes, drawing attention we couldn't afford. He started asking questions about where the money was really going, questions about the bigger picture, about the people we were dealing with. He started remembering too much, details about jobs, about people, about things that needed to stay buried forever. He became a liability, a loose cannon, a ticking time bomb I couldn't afford to have around. He was a threat to everything I was building, everything I wanted to become, everything I was fighting to protect. So I did what men like me do when an asset becomes a threat, when a tool breaks and can't be fixed, when a problem can't be solved any other way. I buried him, literally. It was 20 years ago. The memory is still fresh, like it happened yesterday. Every detail burned into my mind. The air was thick with dust and the smell of dry earth, hot and suffocating. We were in a forgotten town called Bloomshampton, Arizona, the kind of place where the tumbleweeds outnumber the people, where the sun bakes the ground until it cracks. Population, 74, if you counted the dogs and the ghosts. It was a ghost town, even when people lived there, a place where dreams went to die. I had hired 3 men, tough guys, the kind who didn't ask questions and didn't leave loose ends. They were waiting behind a junkyard, a place we used to stash stolen cars, a place where the sun beat down on rusted metal and broken dreams. The desert wind howled, a lonely, mournful sound that seemed to carry secrets, whispering them across the desolate landscape. I stood there, watching from a distance, hidden in the shadows of a broken-down bus, my heart a cold, hard knot in my chest. I told myself it was necessary, that there was no other way, that it was him or me. They used silencers, quiet, deadly pops that barely disturbed the stillness of the desert night, swallowed by the vast emptiness. 4 bullets. Each one found its mark. Chest, stomach, throat, head. There was no chance for him. No, not even a flicker of hope, not even a gasp. I watched his body twitch in the desert wind like a ragdoll on strings, a puppet whose master had cut the wires. I saw the life leave his eyes, the light fading, replaced by that same hollow stare I now saw in my nightmares. I watched until he was still, until the last breath left his body, until the silence was absolute. Then, I turned and walked away, leaving him there, a forgotten piece of the desert, a secret buried under the sand. I paid the men, made sure they disappeared, made sure they knew what would happen if they ever spoke. And I thought it was over. Done. Buried. Forever. And now, somehow, those same eyes are watching me again, and they are everywhere. Back in Malibu, the perfect picture of my life started to unravel, thread by agonizing thread. It wasn't a sudden tear, no, but a slow, creeping fraying at the edges, like a beautiful tapestry coming undone. I called security, my voice tight, demanding answers about the man on my terrace. They looked at me with polite confusion, their faces blank, like I was speaking a foreign language. "Mr. Stevenson," they said, their voices smooth and calm, "you must be confused. There was no one on the terrace. The perimeter was secure. I insisted they check the footage, the high-tech cameras that watched every inch of my property, every blade of grass. They did, or pretended to. They came back, shrugging, saying the cameras had nothing, not even static. Like that moment, that impossible, terrifying moment, had been erased from time itself, wiped clean from existence. It was like I was losing my mind, like I was the one who was broken, not the world around me. Then came the gala photo. My assistant, a young woman named Sarah, who was always so efficient, so organized, brought it to me with a bright smile. We had hosted a huge party the night before, a glittering event with important people, flowing champagne, and fake smiles exchanged like currency. She was showing me the best shots, pointing out dignitaries and investors, their faces beaming. My eyes scanned the picture, my gaze moving from one smiling face to another, and then they stopped. In the far corner, near an antique mirror, reflecting the dazzling lights of the ballroom, him, Dane, standing there, clear as day, a dark smudge in a bright room, wearing the same worn leather jacket, the same dusty clothes he died in, as if he'd just stepped out of the grave and into my party. He looked utterly out of place, a ghost in a room full of vibrant life. My breath hitched, caught in my throat like a shard of ice. I pointed, my finger shaking so hard it trembled. "Who is that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, a dry rasp. Sarah looked, then looked again, her brow furrowed. "Who, Mr. Stevenson? I don't see anyone unusual, just the reflections." No one else noticed him. No, not a single person in that crowded room, not one of the hundreds of guests. It was like he was there only for me, a private tormentor, a silent shadow in plain sight. The cracks in my perfect portrait grew wider, deeper, threatening to shatter everything. My wife, Marissa, a beautiful woman who usually saw me as a rock, unshakable and strong, started looking at me with concern. Her eyes, usually full of warmth and love, now held a hint of worry, a flicker of fear. She asked me if I was under stress, her voice soft, gentle, trying to soothe me. She tried to touch my hand, her fingers reaching for mine, but I pulled away, my skin crawling, feeling like it was covered in insects. How could I tell her? How could I explain that the ghost of my past, the monster I had created, was haunting me, that the man I killed was back from the dead? I just mumbled something about work, about the crushing pressure of a big deal, about sleepless nights, and hoped she would believe me. She didn't push, but I could see the worry in her eyes, growing with each passing day, each haunted glance I gave over my shoulder. Then came Lila, my daughter, my sweet, innocent Lila. She's only 5 years old, with bright, curious eyes that saw everything, and a laugh that could make the sun shine even on the darkest day. She came to me yesterday, holding a drawing she had made with red crayon, her small hand clutching it tight. It was a simple picture, a child's drawing, a stick figure, but it sent a shiver of ice through my veins, a cold dread that went straight to my heart. "Daddy," she said, her voice bright and clear, full of childish wonder. "That's the man in the hallway. He watches me when I play." My blood ran cold, colder than the desert night. I looked at the drawing again, my eyes fixed on the figure. It was a man, tall and broad, just as I remembered him. He had no eyes in the drawing, just dark, empty holes where eyes should be, like the hollow stare of a dead man, like the eyes of the man I had buried. I hugged Lila tight, too tight, crushing her against me, trying to protect her from something I couldn't even see, something that was invisible to everyone but me, and now, somehow, her. I felt a cold dread settle in my stomach, a heavy stone. He wasn't just haunting me anymore. He was getting closer. He was touching my family. He was reaching for the one thing I truly loved. On Wednesday, a courier came to the house. Just a regular delivery, a small brown box, nothing special. The kind of thing that happens every day, a routine part of my privileged life. But this box felt heavy, not with physical weight, but with something else. Something dark and cold, something that hummed with a terrible energy. I opened it, my fingers fumbling with the tape, my breath catching in my throat. Inside, folded neatly, was a jacket, a brown leather jacket. It was dusty, so dusty like it had been buried in the ground for years, decaying in the earth. And there were holes. 4 distinct holes, small and round, like bullet holes, punched through the tough leather. My stomach lurched, a sickening twist. And then I saw it. The dark, dried stains on the leather, crusty and black. Blood. So much blood. It was old, crusted, but I knew what it was. I could almost smell the metallic tang in the air, the scent of death and decay, even after all this time. My hands started shaking so badly I almost dropped the box, the jacket slipping through my trembling fingers. This wasn't a trick of the light. This wasn't my mind playing games. This was real. This was undeniable proof. This was him, reaching out from the grave. I called every contact I had, every favor I was owed, Every dirty connection I still kept buried in my phone. I pulled strings, I made demands, I shouted into the phone. I needed answers. I needed to know how this jacket, this impossible, horrifying piece of my past, had ended up on my doorstep. Nothing. No leads, no trails, no explanation that made any sense in the real world, no logical reason for this horror. My powerful network, my endless resources, my absolute control, they were all useless, worthless. All my money, all my influence, couldn't explain this, couldn't make it go away. Except for one. The one explanation I had been fighting, denying, trying to bury deep down in the darkest corners of my mind. The one that whispered in the shadows, growing louder with every passing moment. The one that chilled me to the bone. He's back. I stopped sleeping. The nights became a long, terrifying stretch of darkness, filled with shadows that moved when I wasn't looking, doors that opened and closed with no one there, creaking in the silence. Every creak of the house, every whisper of the wind outside, sounded like his name, hissed through clenched teeth. My mind raced, replaying every agonizing moment, every brutal detail of that night in the desert, over and over again. I would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, my eyes wide open, feeling the cold sweat on my skin, the frantic beat of my heart. When I did manage to drift off, exhausted, the nightmares were worse. They were vivid, brutal, and always, he was there, his dead eyes staring, his cold, knowing smile. One day, I was on my private jet, soaring high above the ocean, a symbol of my power. All systems were functional, the engines purring smoothly, a comforting hum. Then, without warning, the jet stalled mid-air, just stopped. The lights flickered, casting eerie shadows. The engines went silent, and we dropped like a stone for a terrifying moment, my stomach lurching into my throat. My heart leaped into my throat, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. The pilots were frantic, pushing buttons, checking gauges, their faces pale with fear. But everything showed green. Everything was fine. Yet, we hung there, suspended in the empty sky, for what felt like an eternity, before the engines sputtered back to life with a roar. I knew. It wasn't a malfunction. No, it was him. A warning. A chilling reminder that even in the vast, open sky, I wasn't safe. And then the voices started. Soft at first, like a breeze rustling through leaves. Then clearer, closer, like someone was standing right beside me. They whispered when I was alone, when the house was quiet, when the world outside was asleep. They slithered into my thoughts, chilling me to the bone, filling my head with dread. "You remember me now, Harold?" The words were clear, distinct, his voice exactly as I remembered it. Low, gravelly, full of menace, a promise of pain. My past wasn't just knocking on my door anymore. It had broken in. It had smashed through the huge glass walls of my perfect life, and it was taking over, piece by agonizing piece. Every moment felt like a slow, agonizing descent into madness, a spiral I couldn't escape. The control I once had, the power I prided myself on, was gone, replaced by a crushing, suffocating fear that stole my breath and my sanity. Desperate, with nowhere else to turn, no one to trust, I fled. I flew to Bloomshampton, the same dusty, forgotten town where I thought I had buried my past for good, where the desert held my darkest secret. The air felt heavy there, thick with memories and the smell of dry earth, hot and suffocating. The sun beat down, harsh and unforgiving, just like it had 20 years ago, burning away any hope. I found the local gravekeeper, a grizzled old man with eyes that had seen too much, eyes that held no surprise. I bribed him, a thick wad of cash that made his eyes widen, his fingers closing around it quickly. He didn't ask questions, just nodded slowly, his face unreadable, his silence a heavy weight. He knew what kind of men came to places like this, looking for things best left undisturbed. We drove out to the small, neglected cemetery, a few crooked headstones sticking out of the dry ground like broken teeth. The gravekeeper pointed to a spot, a mound of earth that looked no different from any other, just another forgotten grave. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the silence of the desert. He started to dig, the shovel biting into the hard, packed earth with a sickening crunch. The sound of dirt hitting the pile was sickeningly loud in the stillness, each scoop a painful reminder. Each scoop felt like it was digging into my own chest, pulling out pieces of my soul, exposing my rotten core. I watched, my breath held tight, a strange mix of dread and a desperate, foolish hope. Maybe, just maybe, I was wrong. Maybe he was still there. Maybe this was all a nightmare, a terrible dream I could wake from. After what felt like an eternity, an endless stretch of time, the shovel hit wood, a hollow thudding sound that echoed in the vast emptiness. The gravekeeper wiped sweat from his brow, his eyes meeting mine for a brief, knowing moment. He kept digging, carefully, until the coffin was fully uncovered, dark and ancient against the pale earth. It was old, the wood dark and stained, but it was there. My coffin. The one I had ordered for Dane. The one I had watched them lower into the ground, sealing my secret away. A wave of relief, cold and fleeting, washed over me. A tiny spark of hope. He was here. He had to be. The gravekeeper worked the lid, prying it open with a low, mournful groan. The sound echoed in the empty desert, like a cry from the grave itself, a sound of pure despair. I leaned forward, my eyes fixed on the opening, my entire body trembling. And then the world tilted, spun, and shattered around me. The coffin was empty, just a hollow space, filled with dust and shadows, a gaping maw of nothingness. My last hope, the fragile thread of sanity I was clinging to, snapped, broken beyond repair. I stared, unable to breathe, unable to think, my mind a blank, screaming void. It was impossible. He was supposed to be there. He had to be. But there was something else. Lodged into the wood at the very bottom of the empty coffin, glinting dully in the harsh sunlight, was a single bloody bullet, the same kind of bullet that had ended his life, a small, deadly piece of metal. It was a cruel, undeniable piece of proof, a message. He was gone, and he was back. The terror that gripped me then was unlike anything I had ever known, a cold, absolute dread that settled deep in my bones, telling me there was no escape, no hiding place left on this earth. I left everything. My mansion, my penthouse, my companies, my money, my family, the world I had built, the legacy I had polished so carefully, all of it. I just walked away, a broken man. I couldn't stay. I couldn't let him get any closer to Lila, to Marissa. I had to disappear. I had to run, to the ends of the earth if I had to. I flew to an unnamed island, somewhere off the coast of the Philippines. It was remote, so far away from everything, a tiny speck in the vast ocean. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, no news, no eyes watching me, no way for the world to find me. I thought I could hide there, that the endless ocean would separate me from my past, from him, from the horror. I built a villa there, a small, simple place, nothing like the grand houses I was used to, but it felt like a sanctuary. I hired guards, big, silent men who stood watch day and night, their eyes scanning the jungle. I lived alone, surrounded by the constant sound of the waves crashing on the shore and the rustle of palm trees in the breeze. For a while, a strange, fragile peace settled over me, a quiet calm I hadn't known in decades. I would walk the beach, feeling the warm sand between my toes, and almost believe I was safe. Almost. But the whispers still came, faint at first, like a distant echo, then growing louder, carried on the ocean breeze, slipping through the cracks in my mind. You remember me now, Harold? Until last night. The air was warm and humid, thick with the scent of salt and jungle flowers. The sky was a velvet blanket studded with a million stars, each one a tiny, cold eye. The moon was full, a huge silver orb, casting a long, shimmering path across the dark water. I walked out to the edge of the beach, just like I did every night, listening to the gentle roar of the waves, a comforting sound that usually lulled me. The guards were at their posts, far away, out of sight, their figures barely visible in the darkness. I felt a strange calm, a tiredness that went bone deep, a weary acceptance. Then, something glinted in the moonlight, a tiny orange spark, like a firefly, a cigarette ember. My blood turned to ice in my veins. My heart stopped beating, frozen in my chest. He was there, standing at the edge of the water, facing the ocean, his back to me, a dark silhouette against the moonlight. The same worn leather jacket, the same broad shoulders. He wasn't smiling anymore. No, not even that cold, knowing smirk that had haunted my dreams. Just standing, watching, waiting. I couldn't move. My feet were rooted to the sand, heavy as stone. The air grew heavy, thick with a presence that wasn't human, a coldness that seeped into my very soul. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, watching him, knowing that he knew I was there, that he had been waiting. He didn't turn. He didn't need to. He had found me. There was nowhere left to run. This morning, I wrote this. My final letter, my confession, my story, laid bare on the page. The sun is rising now, painting the sky with colors I won't see again, vibrant reds and oranges that mock my despair. The air is still and heavy, humid and thick. I can hear the waves, a constant rhythmic roar, and a strange, quiet calm has settled over me. It's the calm of a man who has reached the end of his road, who has nowhere left to go, who has finally given up the fight. When they find me, if they ever do, in this forgotten corner of the world, I'll be hanging from the mango tree behind the villa. It's a tall tree, its branches strong and old, perfect for a final act. I don't expect forgiveness. No, not from anyone. Not from God, not from man, and certainly not from him. Some ghosts aren't just people who died and came back from the grave. Some ghosts are the parts of you buried, the dark deeds, the cold choices, the terrible secrets, thinking they'd stay dead and forgotten forever. But ghosts know patience. They wait. They linger in the shadows, growing stronger with every passing year, every moment of false peace, every time you think you've escaped. Dane waited 20 years. He waited for me to build my empire, to feel safe, to believe I had escaped, to gather everything I ever wanted. He waited until I had everything to lose, and then he came for it all. And tonight, he'll finally sleep. And so will I. The letter was never mailed. It lay on the desk in the small, remote villa, the ink still fresh, a testament to a man's final moments of terror. It was found months later by a young woman, a corporate intern named Melanie, who was sent on a strange, urgent mission. She was told to retrieve some old, important files from Harold Stevenson's safe, a safe that had been untouched for months, gathering dust. She was bright, ambitious, and eager to prove herself, to climb the corporate ladder. She didn't know anything about the man who had owned the villa, or the dark secrets he carried, or the ghost that followed him. She now oversees one of Harold's companies, a rising star in the corporate world, admired by all. She's successful, driven, and she believes she's in control. She never saw the ghostly figure, tall and silent, waiting outside the building when she left that night, the worn leather jacket barely visible in the dim streetlights, a shadow among shadows. But she will, they always do. I never thought a phone ringing could make my blood freeze. Not me. After 14 years as a 911 dispatcher, I'd heard it all. Screams, gunshots, people taking their last breaths. All of it came through my headset. That thin wire connected me to other people's worst moments. Their nightmares became mine for 6 minutes or 12, or however long it took for help to arrive. But then I'd hang up and move on to the next call, the next emergency. The next stranger having the worst day of their life, at least that's how it was supposed to work. My name is Alex Monroe. I'm 42 years old, and until last December, I was the guy you'd talk to if you called 911 in Lakewood City. I was good at my job. Real good. I knew exactly what to say when a mom found her baby not breathing, or when a teenager was thinking about jumping off a bridge. I knew how to keep people calm when their world was falling apart. I knew how to send help fast. That was my whole life for 14 years. But what happened last winter changed everything. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still hear that child's voice coming through the static. The call center wasn't anything special. Just a big room with 12 desks, each with a computer and a phone system. The walls were gray. The carpet was gray. Even the coffee in our break room tasted gray somehow. But it was home to me. More than my empty apartment anyway. That night, December 4th, started like any other shift. I got in at 10, made some coffee that tasted like warm dirt, and settled in for the night. Marla was there too, chewing gum and telling me about her kid's dance recital. Samir was working the desk next to mine, laughing at something on his phone. Normal stuff. Boring stuff. The first few hours were the usual. A couple drunk drivers spotted weaving on the highway, a woman thinking her neighbor's music was too loud, a false alarm at the mall. Then at exactly 2:14 in the morning, line 7 lit up. I still remember the way that little light blinked at me. Steady, patient, like it knew something I didn't. I hit the button and said the same thing I always said. 911, what's your emergency? No answer, just breathing, soft and shallow, like someone trying not to be heard. This happens all the time in our job. Kids playing pranks, pocket dials, people who panic and can't speak. I followed protocol. Hello? This is 911. If you can hear me but can't speak, press any button on your phone. Nothing, just that breathing. Then, so quiet I almost missed it. A whisper. He's inside. The voice was small, a child's voice, maybe 8 or 10 years old, and something about it made the hairs on my arms stand straight up. Who's inside? I asked, fingers already moving to trace the call. Are you in danger? Can you tell me where you are? The line went dead, just like that. Not even a click. Like someone had cut the wire between us. I checked the system to see where the call came from. Nothing. No location data. No phone number. According to my computer, the call never happened at all. I asked Samir if he'd heard anything strange on his line. He hadn't. I asked Marla, too. Nothing. I should have let it go. We get weird calls all the time. System glitches happen. But that voice, something about it stuck with me. It felt familiar, like a song I used to know but couldn't quite remember. The next night, same thing happened. Line 7, 2:14 a.m. The soft breathing. He's inside. Then nothing. And the night after that, and the night after that. By the 5th night, I was waiting for it. Eyes glued to line 7. Heart pounding as the clock ticked toward 2:14. The call came. But this time, after the whisper, I heard something else. Footsteps. Slow, heavy footsteps, like someone wearing boots, walking across what sounded like wooden floors, getting closer to wherever the phone was. Hello? I said, my voice cracking. Who's there? Who's inside? No answer. Just those footsteps. Then a low humming. A tune I knew from somewhere deep in my memories. A child's tune, but all wrong somehow. Off-key and slow. The line went dead again. I couldn't sleep when I got home that morning. I sat at my kitchen table drinking coffee until my hands shook, trying to figure out why that voice, that tune, felt so familiar. On the 7th night, everything changed. Line 7 blinked at exactly 3:12 a.m., not 2:14. I noticed the difference right away. My hand hovered over the button for a second before I answered. 911, what's your emergency? The breathing again, faster this time. He's inside, the voice whispered. He found me. Then the footsteps, louder, faster, a door creaking open. Where are you? I asked, my heart hammering. Tell me where you are. A crash, like something falling over. A sob. And then the scream. It wasn't like any scream I'd ever heard through my headset, and believe me, I've heard plenty. This was raw, primal, the sound of pure terror. It cut straight through me, ice cold and burning hot at the same time. Then static. Then silence. My hands were shaking so bad I dropped my headset. The room was spinning. Samir was looking at me, saying something, but his voice sounded far away. Because I knew that scream. Not just the sound of it, the feeling of it. It reached inside me and grabbed something I'd buried decades ago. I stumbled to the bathroom and threw up, splashed cold water on my face, stared at myself in the mirror, at the dark circles under my eyes, at the fear I saw there. I knew I had to tell someone. My supervisor maybe, or the police. But tell them what? That I was getting calls that didn't exist. That a ghost was calling 911? I started keeping a journal instead, writing down everything, the times, what I heard, how it made me feel. I listened to recordings of real 911 calls, thousands of them, trying to find that voice, that scream. Nothing matched. And still, the calls kept coming. Every night, sometimes at 2:14, sometimes at 3:12, always on line 7. Always the same voice, always ending with that terrible scream. After 2 weeks of this, I was a mess. I wasn't sleeping. I was mixing up addresses during real emergencies. My boss noticed and told me to take a few days off. I didn't argue, but being alone in my apartment was worse. Without the other dispatchers around, without the constant flow of real calls to distract me, all I could think about was that voice, that scream. And slowly, like a Polaroid developing, a memory started to form. Something from way back. Something I'd tried very hard to forget. I grew up in a small town called Millfield, Iowa, one of those places with more churches than stoplights. My dad worked at the factory on the edge of town. Mom stayed home with me and my big brother, Jamie. We lived in a white house with blue shutters at the end of Maple Street. Normal life, simple life, until the night everything changed. I was 8 years old. Jamie was 10. It was winter, cold enough to see your breath inside the house. Dad had been fighting with Mom again. Something about money, something about drinking. I don't remember exactly. Jamie and I went to bed early to escape the shouting. I woke up to the sound of glass breaking downstairs, Dad yelling, Mom screaming, then a loud bang that I later realized was a gunshot. After that, nothing. A big black hole in my memory. Doctors called it childhood amnesia from trauma. Said my brain was protecting me by locking away what happened that night. All I know is that when I woke up, Jamie was gone. Dead, they said. An accident, they said. We moved away 3 weeks later and never talked about it again. Not once. Mom died of cancer when I was 16. Dad drank himself to death before I turned 21. I buried it all, built a new life, became someone else. Maybe that's why I became a 911 dispatcher, to be on the other side of emergency, to be the helper instead of the helpless. But now, with these calls, it was all coming back, and I was starting to think the voice I'd been hearing, the child's voice saying, "He's inside," was Jamie's. That thought kept me awake for 3 straight days. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, jumping at every sound, waiting for my phone to ring even though I wasn't at work. On the 4th day, I knew what I had to do. I had to go back to Millfield, back to the house on Maple Street. The drive took 8 hours. I stopped only for gas and coffee. With each mile, my stomach knotted tighter. By the time I saw the "Welcome to Millfield" sign, I was ready to turn around and speed all the way back home. But I kept going. Past the factory where Dad worked, now closed down and boarded up. Past the elementary school Jamie and I went to. Down Main Street, which looked smaller and sadder than I remembered. And finally, onto Maple Street. Our old house was still there, white with blue shutters, though the paint was peeling now. The yard was overgrown. A "for sale" sign was stuck in the front lawn, looking like it had been there a while. I sat in my car, staring at it. Part of me wanted to drive away, pretend I'd never come, go back to my life and hope the calls would stop on their own, but I knew they wouldn't. I got out of the car, walked up the cracked sidewalk, climbed the steps to the front porch. The boards creaked under my feet, and suddenly I was 8 years old again, playing tag with Jamie on this very porch. I tried the door, expecting it to be locked. It wasn't. It swung open with a groan that seemed to echo through the empty house. The smell hit me first, dust and mildew and something else I couldn't name. The wallpaper was different from what I remembered, faded flowers instead of stripes, but the bones of the place were the same. I stepped inside, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The front room was empty except for some trash in the corner. Dust danced in the beams of afternoon sunlight coming through the dirty windows. I moved further in, past where our couch used to be, past the spot where Mom's reading chair sat, down the hall toward the stairs that led to the second floor, where our bedrooms had been, where Jamie died. That's when I saw it, an old rotary phone sitting on the floor in the corner of the hallway. Not plugged into anything. There wasn't even a phone jack nearby. Just sitting there, covered in dust, like someone had placed it there and forgotten about it. As I stared at it, trying to make sense of why it was there, it rang. The sound cut through the empty house like a knife, loud and clear and impossible. 1 ring, 2, 3. I couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. On the fourth ring, it stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the ringing. Heavy. Waiting. With shaking hands, I picked up the phone. Put it to my ear. Nothing but static. Then faintly, that voice. He's inside. My voice, not Jamie's. Mine. As a child. I dropped the phone like it had burned me. It clattered on the wooden floor, the handset bouncing and coming to rest a few feet away. That's when I noticed something behind the baseboard heater. Something small and black. I reached for it, pulled it out. A digital voice recorder. Small enough to fit in my palm. Modern. Not something from when we lived here. I pressed play. He's inside. My child's voice again, whispering, terrified. Then footsteps. A crash. And the scream. That awful, gut-wrenching scream. That I now recognized as my own. The recorder fell from my numb fingers. None of it made sense. How could this be here? Who put it here? Who had been calling me? I ran out of the house, tripping over my own feet in my rush to get away. I drove straight to the county sheriff's office, my mind racing faster than my car. The deputy at the front desk looked up lazily when I came in. Young guy, probably wasn't even born when it all happened. I tried to sound calm as I asked to see any reports about what happened at our house all those years ago. Research for a podcast, I lied. My voice sounded strange to my own ears. The deputy shrugged and disappeared into a back room. Came back with a thin folder. "Knock yourself out," he said, going back to his computer. I opened the folder with trembling hands, scanned the yellowed pages of the report. What I read made no sense. According to the official report, there was no intruder that night. No break-in. The report stated that I had found my father's gun in his bedside drawer, that I mistook my brother for an intruder when he came into my room late at night, that I shot him, killed him, accident, the report said, case closed. But that's not what happened. It couldn't be. I would remember something like that, wouldn't I? I drove back to the city in a daze, back to my apartment, back to work the next night, even though my leave wasn't over. The calls didn't stop. They got worse. Now they came even during the day, sometimes at work, sometimes on my personal cell phone. That voice, my voice, saying the same thing over and over. He's inside. And sometimes now, it said other things too. You know what you did. Remember, Alex. Remember. I stopped sleeping entirely, started seeing things out of the corner of my eye. A small figure darting down the hallway of my apartment, a face in the window, gone when I turned to look. I was losing my mind. I knew it. The others at work knew it too. They stopped talking when I entered the break room, whispered about me when they thought I couldn't hear, but I didn't care anymore. All I cared about was finding out who was doing this to me, who was making the calls, who left the recorder in the house. One night, I stayed late at the call center, waited until everyone else had gone home. Then I pulled up every call log from the past month, checked them against my journal of the phantom calls. There was one number that showed up repeatedly in the logs, but never during my shifts, always when I wasn't there. A burner phone, according to the system. I traced it to an address on the outskirts of the city. The next morning, I drove there. It was a run-down house behind a rusted gate, peeling paint, broken windows, a mailbox that read, Klein, in faded letters. The name hit me like a punch to the gut. Harold Klein was our neighbor back in Millfield, lived 2 houses down from us, used to mow our lawn sometimes when Dad was working overtime. Quiet guy, kept to himself mostly. I pushed open the gate. It screamed on its hinges. Walked up to the front door and knocked. No answer. I knocked again, harder. Still nothing. The door wasn't locked. It opened when I turned the knob. The smell hit me first. Rot and decay and something sickly sweet underneath. I pulled my shirt up over my nose and stepped inside. The walls were covered in photographs and newspaper clippings. Hundreds of them. Pictures of my family, our house in Millfield, Jamie, me, and newspaper articles about the shooting, about how an 8-year-old boy accidentally killed his brother with his father's gun. But there were other things too. Notes scribbled in a shaky hand, maps with red pins stuck in them, drawings of phones. cassette tapes labeled with dates going back decades. One note, bigger than the others, was pinned directly in the center of the wall. He must remember what he did. My legs gave out. I sank to the floor, staring at the wall of obsession. Harold Klein had been watching me, following me, for years. But why? I forced myself deeper into the house, following the smell. It led me to the basement door. I didn't want to open it. Every instinct told me to run, to get out, to never come back. But I had to know. The basement was dark. I fumbled for a light switch, found it. A single bulb flickered on, revealing what was left of Harold Klein. He sat in an old armchair, facing a table covered with electronics, recording equipment, phones, a laptop. His body was mostly skeleton now, the skin dried and pulled tight over the bones. A gun lay on the floor near his right hand. The back of his skull was missing. He'd been dead for months, maybe years. So who had been making the calls? Who left the recorder in my old house? Who put up the wall of obsession? I should have called the police right then. Should have reported everything. I didn't. Instead, I searched the house, found a dusty box of cassette tapes in a closet, each one labeled with my name and a date, going all the way back to when I was a kid. Harold Klein had been recording me somehow, for my entire life. I took one of the tapes, the earliest one, dated just a week after Jamie died, found an old tape player in the house and pressed play. It was me, talking in my sleep. A child's voice, my voice, saying the same words over and over. He's inside. He found me. I'm sorry, Jamie. I'm sorry. I played another tape, and another. Years of recordings of me talking in my sleep, always about that night, always about Jamie. And then I found a journal, Harold Klein's journal. I sat on the floor of his house, with his corpse rotting in the basement below me, and read the ramblings of a madman. Klein had been there that night. He'd heard the gunshot, seen my father drag something heavy out to his car in the middle of the night. Not a child's body. Something else. Something wrapped in plastic. Klein thought my father had killed someone. Had been watching him for years, waiting for proof. Started recording everything. Me, my family, our house. And he'd heard me, night after night, talking in my sleep about what really happened. According to Klein's journal, it wasn't an accident. I didn't shoot Jamie by mistake. I did it on purpose. Because Jamie had told me to. Because he was inside Jamie. Something dark. Something evil. The last entry in Klein's journal was from 3 years ago. I can't take it anymore. The guilt of not saying anything. The boy, Alex, needs to remember. Needs to know what he did. Why he did it. I've set everything in motion. The calls will start when the time is right. May God forgive me. Then he killed himself. But the calls didn't start until last December, 3 years after his death. I sat in that house, surrounded by the evidence of a stranger's obsession with my past, and tried to make sense of it all. None of it fit together. None of it felt real. I left everything there, walked out into the bright afternoon sunlight feeling like I was still in a nightmare. Drove back to my apartment in silence. No radio, no phone, just the sound of my own breathing. I took a leave of absence from work. Burnout, my supervisor called it. I didn't argue. I needed to get away, needed to think, needed to remember. I rented a cabin in the woods, 4 hours from the city. No TV, no internet, no cell service, just me and the trees and the quiet. For 3 days, I did nothing but sit on the porch, watching the woods, trying to piece together what was real and what wasn't. On the 4th night, I built a fire in the small fireplace, sat in front of it with a glass of whiskey, staring into the flames. That's when I heard it, from somewhere in the dark woods outside, a whisper. He's inside. I froze, the glass halfway to my lips. Hello? I called out. My voice sounded thin and scared. Nothing. Just the crackling of the fire and the normal sounds of the forest at night. I was imagining things. Had to be. Then my phone rang. My cell phone. which shouldn't have had any service out here. The screen lit up with no caller ID. I answered it, put it to my ear, and heard the scream again, my scream, a child's scream of pure terror. I threw the phone across the room. It hit the wall and fell to the floor, still screaming. I covered my ears, but the sound seemed to come from inside my own head now, and suddenly, like a dam breaking, the memories flooded back. I remembered. Jamie hadn't been right for weeks before it happened, talking to himself, drawing strange symbols, hurting small animals he found in the yard. One night, he came into my room, stood at the foot of my bed staring at me. But it wasn't Jamie looking out through those eyes. It was something else, something old and cold and hungry. "He's inside me, Alex," Jamie said, but his voice was different, deeper. "He's eating me from the inside out." And he lunged at me, hands going for my throat. I ran, down the hall, into my parents' room. They weren't there. Another fight had sent them both out of the house. I knew Dad kept a gun in his drawer. I'd seen him take it out, clean it, put it back. I grabbed it. It was heavy in my small hands. Jamie was coming down the hall, walking slow, smiling in a way that wasn't Jamie's smile. "He's inside," I whispered to myself. "He found me." Jamie reached for me. I pulled the trigger. The gun was so loud it felt like my ears would bleed. Jamie fell. There was so much blood. Too much blood. And then Dad was there. He'd just gotten home. He saw what I'd done. He told me to go to my room, to never tell anyone what happened. He'd take care of it. I obeyed. Crawled into bed and pulled the covers over my head. Tried not to hear the sounds from downstairs, the dragging, the car starting. The next morning, Dad told the police it was an accident, that I thought Jamie was an intruder, that I was scared and confused. And I believed it, or made myself believe it, until the memory became what he said it was, and the truth disappeared somewhere deep inside me. But now I knew. Now I remembered. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner of the cabin, waiting for something to come for me, for Jamie to come for me, for whatever had been inside Jamie to find me after all these years. But nothing came. When morning broke, I packed my things and drove back to the city, back to Harold Klein's house. The smell was worse now, but I ignored it as I gathered up all the tapes, all the journals, all the evidence of what had really happened. I burned it all in a trash barrel behind the house, watched the flames eat away the past, watched the smoke rise into the sky. Then I called the police, reported finding a body, didn't mention anything else. I went back to work the next week. Line 7 never lit up again. No more whispers, no more screams. But sometimes, when I'm about to fall asleep, I hear a soft click, like a phone line opening, and then breathing, software shallow, just breathing. And somewhere, very close, a voice whispers, "He's still inside. He's inside me now. And I'm coming for you, Alex." I don't know if it's Jamie, or if it's the thing that was inside Jamie, or if it's just my guilt taking shape in the dark. All I know is that I'm afraid to answer the phone now, afraid of what might be on the other end of the line, because some calls you can't hang up on, some connections never break, and some echoes never fade away. I never believed in ghosts, so not until that cold Tuesday morning in East Neck. Nobody ever hears about this town unless they've been stuck living here, or working here like me. My name's Matthew Heller, and I'm a demolition surveyor. That means I check buildings before they get knocked down, make sure they're empty, make sure it's safe, make sure nothing goes wrong. But something did go wrong, something went real wrong. It started with building 241C, just an old apartment building with 5 floors. Nobody had lived there legally for about 20 years. The walls were covered in nasty black mold that looked like it was crawling up toward the ceiling. The floors were so bad they bent like they might snap when you stepped on them. The whole place smelled like wet newspaper and something else I couldn't name. My boss told me to do one last check before the demolition crew blew it up, so I did what I always do. I walked through every single room with my flashlight, checking closets and bathrooms, and any spot where someone might be hiding out. The air inside was so cold, I could see my breath floating in front of my face like little clouds. I remember calling out real loud, "Final check. Anyone here needs to leave now. Building coming down in 1 hour." My voice bounced off the walls and came back to me sounding hollow and wrong. Nothing. Not a sound. Just the building creaking like old buildings do. So I signed off. I did my job. I walked back outside where the demolition team was waiting. The sky was gray that day, like it couldn't decide if it wanted to rain or not. At exactly 10:15 that morning, they pushed the button. The explosions weren't as loud as you might think, more like hard thumps that you could feel in your chest. Then the building started falling in on itself, almost like it was kneeling down. Dust rose up in a giant cloud. The ground shook under my work boots. But while everyone else was watching with excited faces, I felt something cold crawl up my back. Not from the wind, not from excitement. This was different, like when you've done something bad and you know you're gonna get caught. I tried to shake it off, told myself it was nothing, just another day at work. That night, I went home to my empty apartment. My wife left me 2 years ago, took our son with her to live in Michigan with her mom. Can't blame her. My job kept me away too much, and when I was home, I wasn't really there. My mind was always somewhere else. I heated up a frozen dinner, watched some baseball on TV, and fell asleep on the couch like I do most nights. The TV light flickered blue on the walls as I drifted off. The phone rang at 2:17 in the morning. I know because I checked the clock, annoyed that someone would call so late. The number on my phone just said, "Unknown caller." I answered anyway. Maybe it was an emergency. Maybe something happened to my son. "Hello?" I said, my voice rough from sleep. At first, I heard nothing. Then breathing, software shallow, like someone trying not to be heard. "Hello? Who is this?" I asked again, sitting up now. The voice that answered didn't sound right. It was dry and scratchy, like someone who needed water real bad, and it sounded young, too young to be calling at this hour. "Is anyone coming?" "I'm still here. Under the building. I can't breathe." My whole body went cold. "Who is this?" I demanded, now wide awake. "Help me." Then nothing. The call ended. I stared at my phone for a long time. My hands were shaking. Had to be a prank, right? Some kid who knew I worked in demolition. But how would they get my number, and why call in the middle of the night? I couldn't get back to sleep. I kept hearing that voice in my head, that plea for help. I turned on all the lights in my apartment and made coffee, even though it was only 3 a.m. The next morning, I called my boss, Jim Renner. I told him about the weird call, trying to sound casual about it. "Probably just some punk kid playing jokes," he said with a laugh. "You know how they are these days with their internet and phone apps." "Yeah, probably," I agreed, not wanting to sound paranoid. "But maybe we should check the site again? Just to be sure?" Jim sighed. "Matt, we did everything by the book. That building was cleared top to bottom. Nobody was in there. You checked it yourself, remember?" I know, I said. "Just humor me?" So that afternoon, I went back to what was left of Building 241C. Just a big pile of broken concrete, twisted metal, and dust now. The demolition had been clean, the building collapsing perfectly into its own footprint. The area was fenced off with tall chain link and yellow caution tape. I walked around the outside of the fence, just looking, not sure what I expected to find. The dust had settled mostly, but the air still tasted like chalk and something metallic. That's when I saw it, in the corner of the site, near where the back entrance would have been, something small and blue poking out from under a piece of concrete. I climbed over the fence even though I wasn't supposed to. Getting closer, I could see it was a shoe, a kid's shoe. Blue canvas, the kind with white rubber around the bottom. It looked new. Too new to have been there for 20 years. I picked it up, dust falling off it like powder. It was small, maybe for an 8 or 9-year-old. And it wasn't weathered like it should have been if it had been abandoned there years ago. That cold feeling came back, worse this time, like ice water running down my spine. I called the police. Officer Daniels came out, a big guy with a buzz cut who looked bored the whole time. "So you found a shoe," he said, not even writing it down in his notebook. "A kid's shoe," I corrected him, "and it's new. It shouldn't be here." "Mr. Heller," he said, sighing, "do you know how many shoes we find at demolition sites? People throw stuff in abandoned buildings all the time. Teenagers sneak in to drink or whatever. This doesn't mean anything." "But the call was probably a prank. No missing kids reported in the area. No reports of anyone near that building. We did our job, sir. You did yours. Sometimes a shoe is just a shoe." He left me standing there holding that tiny blue shoe, feeling stupid, but still not convinced. That night, I couldn't sleep again. I tossed and turned, that voice playing over and over in my head. "I'm still here, under the building. I can't breathe." I must have fallen asleep eventually because my phone woke me up again, 2:17 a.m. exactly. Same time as before. Unknown caller. This time when I answered, there was no voice at first. Just breathing. Heavy, like someone struggling for air. Then so quiet, I had to press the phone hard against my ear. It's dark now, so dark. I hear them walking, above me, but no one should be here. Tell my mom. I didn't mean to stay. The message ended with what sounded like crying, soft, scared, crying. I jumped out of bed and pulled on clothes. I didn't care if I was being crazy. I had to go back to that site, right now. The streets were empty at that hour. My headlights cut through fog that had rolled in from the river. When I got to the demolition site, I parked across the street and grabbed my flashlight from the glove box. The moon was hidden behind clouds, making the night extra dark. The only light came from a single street lamp half a block away, casting weird shadows across the rubble. I climbed the fence again, landing with a soft thud on the other side. The air felt different here at night, heavier somehow, like it was pressing down on me. I walked slowly through the ruins, my flashlight beam bouncing off broken pieces of wall and twisted rebar sticking up like skeleton fingers. Every step I took crunched loudly on bits of glass and concrete. The sound seemed too loud in the quiet night. I made my way to where I'd found the shoe, near what used to be the back of the building. I shined my light on the ground, looking for, I don't know what. Some sign. Some proof that I wasn't losing my mind. And then, I heard it. Knocking. 3 short raps like knuckles on wood, except it wasn't coming from around me. It was coming from below me. I froze, my heart suddenly hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I clicked off my flashlight and stood perfectly still, straining to listen. Again. 3 knocks, from under the rubble. I dropped to my knees and pressed my ear against the cold debris. Nothing at first. Then, so faint I almost missed it, a voice. "Please." Just that one word, drifting up through the stone and soil like a ghost. I jumped back, nearly falling over. This couldn't be happening. Nobody could be alive under there. The building had collapsed 3 days ago. Nobody could survive that long trapped under tons of concrete. Unless they were already dead. No, that was crazy thinking. I shook my head hard, like I could shake the thought right out of my ears. There had to be a rational explanation. Maybe it was the wind moving things around. Maybe pipes settling or breaking. Maybe my mind playing tricks after those weird phone calls. But I know what I heard. I ran back to my car and sat there, hands shaking so bad I could barely hold my keys. I didn't know what to do. Call the police again? They'd think I was nuts. Call my boss? Same problem. I needed proof. I needed to find out who was calling me. And I needed to know more about Building 241C. The next morning, I called in sick to work for the first time in 5 years. Instead of going to the office, I went to the city records building, a dusty old place downtown where they kept all the paperwork for city properties. "I need everything you have on Building 241C, Parkview Avenue," I told the clerk, a woman with gray hair and glasses on a chain. She gave me a suspicious look. "That building was demolished this week. Why do you need the records?" "Post-demolition verification," I lied. "Standard procedure." She didn't look convinced but led me to a back room with filing cabinets that smelled like old paper and coffee. Cabinet 24, drawer C, she said. Return everything when you're done. I spent hours going through dusty folders, building permits, inspection reports, tenant records from when the place was still an apartment building. Nothing seemed unusual until I got to a folder labeled Unit 3B. Most units had clear records, tenants moving in, moving out, new tenants replacing them. But Unit 3B was different. The last recorded tenant was a family named Madsen, Thomas and Elaine Madsen with one child. Isaac Madsen, age 9. They moved in April 1985, but there was no record of them moving out, no eviction notice, nothing saying they left. But the building had been condemned in 2003. Everyone had to leave then. So where was their paperwork? I flipped through more files and found the final inspection before condemnation. All units were listed as vacant, including 3B. But there was something off about that entry. The inspector's signature looked different, shakier somehow. I took photos of everything with my phone and left, my mind racing. Who was Isaac Madsen? What happened to him and his family? And why did I keep hearing that voice? Back home, I searched online for any news about the Madsen family. Nothing came up at first. Then I tried Madsen Missing Family Eastnack and hit pay dirt. A small article from the local newspaper dated November 1987. Search continues for missing mother and child. Police continue searching for Elaine Madsen, 34, and son Isaac, 9, missing since October 29th. Husband Thomas Madsen claims they left after an argument. Neighbors report hearing disturbance at family apartment. Anyone with information, please contact Eastnack Police. There was more. A follow-up article from December. Missing persons case goes cold. After 6 weeks with no leads, police scale back search for Elaine and Isaac Madsen. Thomas Madsen, who reported them missing, has left town according to neighbors. Foul play not ruled out. My hands were shaking again. I kept reading, finding smaller and smaller mentions of the case over the years until they stopped completely around 1990. The case was never solved. Elaine and Isaac Madsen just vanished. That night I waited for the phone to ring. 2:17 a.m. came and went. Nothing. I almost felt disappointed, like maybe I had imagined the whole thing. I must have fallen asleep because suddenly it was morning. I checked my phone. No calls. But there was a voicemail from an unknown number received at 3:33 a.m. I pressed play, my finger trembling slightly. 30 seconds of what sounded like heavy breathing. Then that voice again. It hurts now. It's been hurting for so long. He's still here too. He walks around at night. He doesn't know I can see him. Please, find me. I dropped the phone like it was on fire. He's still here too. What did that mean? Who else was there? I couldn't ignore this anymore. I called Riley, an old buddy who worked with the demolition team doing audio recordings for insurance purposes. Every demolition was recorded for safety and liability reasons. "Hey Matt, what's up?" he answered, sounding cheerful. "Riley, I need a favor. The Building 241C demolition footage. Can I see it?" Why? Something wrong with the paperwork?" "No, just need to check something. Please, man, it's important." He hesitated, then said, "Fine. Come by the office this afternoon. Jim's out at a site visit." Riley was waiting for me when I arrived, looking nervous. "This is weird, Matt. You're acting weird." "I know, just let me see the footage." He led me to a small room with monitors and played the video. Multiple camera angles showed the building from different sides. The countdown, the detonation charges going off, the structure collapsing inward. Nothing unusual. "Can you play back the audio?" "And boost it?" I asked. Riley gave me a strange look, but did as I asked. He put headphones on me and played it again, this time with the sound enhanced. The rumble of the building falling was loud, punctuated by sharp cracks and the roar of dust clouds. But in the final seconds, just as the building disappeared into itself, there was something else. A sound that didn't belong, a scream, high-pitched, cut short. "Did you hear that?" I asked, yanking off the headphones. "Hear what?" Riley looked confused. "Play it again, right at the end. Boost the treble." He did, and this time he heard it too. His face went pale. "What the hell is that?" "Riley, I need your help. We need to go back to the site. Are you crazy? If there was someone in that building, I think there was, I don't know. I told him everything, the phone calls, the shoe, the knocking, the Madsen family. He stared at me for a long time, then nodded slowly. I have ground-penetrating radar equipment for checking foundation stability. We could take a look. That night, Riley and I snuck back to the demolition site with his equipment. We waited until it was fully dark, then climbed the fence with our gear. This is insane, Riley muttered as we picked our way through the rubble. We could lose our jobs, or get arrested. Just help me check, I said, leading him to the spot where I'd heard the knocking. Riley set up his radar unit and began scanning. The small screen showed layers of debris in blue and green blobs. Nothing unusual, he said after a few minutes. Just concrete and… wait. He stopped moving the scanner and pointed at the screen. There's a void, about 8 feet down, and something solid inside it. My mouth went dry. How big is the void? Small, maybe 4 feet by 2 feet. Could be a pipe space or… We both jumped as my phone rang, unknown caller. 9:17 p.m., I answered, putting it on speaker. That same breathing, then, I hear you. Right above me. Please hurry. He comes at night. The call ended. Riley's face had gone as white as paper. Jesus Christ. We need to dig, I said, already looking around for something to use. Matt, this is crazy. We need to call someone. The police, the fire department. And tell them what? That we're hearing ghost calls from a dead kid? That we snuck onto a closed demolition site because of knocking sounds? They'll think we're insane or high. Riley hesitated, then nodded. There's a mini excavator parked on the other side of the lot. For clearing debris. I have the keys. It took us an hour to get the small yellow excavator started and positioned. Riley operated it carefully, removing layers of concrete and metal bit by bit. We worked in silence, both scared of what we might find. After 3 feet down, the excavator's claw hit something solid that made a hollow sound. Stop, I said, climbing down into the shallow hole we'd made. I shined my flashlight on what looked like part of a door, a closet door, ripped from its hinges but somehow intact enough to create a small shelter under it. And beyond the door, a space. A void where something or someone could have survived the initial collapse. Riley? I called up, my voice shaking. Bring the pry bar. Together, we carefully lifted the door. The smell hit us first, musty, damp, with something underneath it that made my stomach turn. The void was small, just as Riley's radar had shown, and at the bottom of it, a blue canvas shoe, identical to the one I'd found earlier, and next to it, a small skeleton, curled up like it was sleeping, bones yellow-brown with age, scraps of what might have been clothes clinging to them. Oh my God, Riley whispered, backing up so fast he nearly fell. Oh my God. I couldn't move, couldn't look away. It was a child, had to be. The skeleton was too small to be an adult, and clutched in the bony fingers was something I couldn't quite see. Despite everything in me screaming to run, I reached down and gently worked the object free. It was a small tape recorder, old, the kind that used tiny cassettes, and taped to it was a school photo of a boy with dark hair and a missing front tooth. The back of the photo had a name written in childish handwriting. Isaac Madsen, 3rd grade. Riley was on his phone now, finally calling the police. I just stood there, staring at that tiny recorder. Something told me I needed to hear what was on it. Needed to know. I pressed play. The tape was damaged, the sound warped and scratchy, but the voice was clear enough. Mom said we had to hide from Dad, that he was real mad again. I'm in my secret place in the closet. Mom went to get help. She said she'd be right back, but that was yesterday. I can hear Dad sometimes, walking around, throwing things. I'm scared to come out. I have my shoe flashlight that Grandpa gave me, but the batteries are almost dead. I'm really thirsty. Mom, please come back. Static then. I don't think Mom's coming back. I heard Dad talking to himself. He was crying. He said he didn't mean to hurt her. I'm so scared. I don't want to be here anymore, but I'm afraid to leave my hiding spot. Dad might find me. more static. The voice sounded weaker now. It's been so long. I'm so thirsty. Dad left. He packed stuff and I heard the front door. He didn't even look for me. I tried to get out of my hiding spot, but something's blocking the closet door. It's too heavy. I can't move it, please. Somebody help me. The final entry was barely a whisper. Nobody's coming. Nobody knows I'm here. It's getting hard to breathe. I miss Mom. I miss the sun. If somebody finds this, tell my mom I didn't mean to stay hidden so long. I just did what she told me to do. The tape clicked off. I stood there in the cold night air, tears streaming down my face. This little boy, Isaac, had hidden from his abusive father. His mother had probably been killed, and then he got trapped when something fell against his hiding spot, and nobody ever found him. For almost 40 years he'd been here, forgotten, alone. The police arrived 15 minutes later, lights flashing but no sirens. They took over the scene, calling in forensic teams and detectives. Riley and I told them everything, except the part about the phone calls. That felt too crazy, too unbelievable. Officer Daniels was there, the same cop who'd dismissed me before. He didn't look bored now. He looked sick. How did you know? He asked me quietly while the others worked. How did you know to look here? I just shook my head. Lucky guess. The story hit the news the next day. Child's remains found in demolished building. They identified him through dental records as Isaac Madsen, a cold case from 1987 finally solved. Sort of. They were still looking for his father, Thomas Madsen, now the prime suspect in his wife's disappearance and probable murder. They found Elaine Madsen's remains a week later, buried in what had been the building's basement. She'd been down there all this time, too, just a floor below her son. She never made it to get help. I attended Isaac's funeral. It was small, just some police officers, social workers, a few reporters, and me. No family, no friends. Just strangers saying goodbye to a little boy who'd been forgotten by everyone except, somehow, me. As we stood around the tiny coffin, I felt a presence beside me. I turned, expecting to see Riley or one of the detectives. Instead, there was a small boy with dark hair and a gap where his front tooth should be, wearing blue canvas shoes. He looked up at me and smiled. "Thank you for hearing me, Mr. Heller." I blinked, and he was gone. Just like that, the space beside me empty again. That night my phone rang one last time at 2:17 a.m. "Hello?" I whispered, already knowing who it was. "I can go now," Isaac's voice said, sounding clearer than before, lighter. "Mom's here too. We're going somewhere better." "I'm glad," I said, my voice breaking. "I'm so sorry no one found you sooner." "You found me," he said simply. "You heard me when nobody else did." The line went quiet, but I could still feel him there. "Isaac?" I asked. "Why me? Why did you call me?" The answer came after a long pause, his voice fading like he was moving away. "Because you were listening." Then nothing but dial tone. "I still work as a demolition surveyor, but I do things differently now. I take extra time checking every spot. I call out louder, wait longer. I leave no corner unchecked, no closet unopened. And every night, before I go to sleep, I say a little prayer for Isaac and his mom, and for all the others who might be out there, waiting for someone to hear them, waiting to be found, waiting to finally go home, because sometimes the dead don't want revenge. They don't want to scare us. They just want to be heard. They just want to be remembered. They just want to know that, even after all this time, they still matter to someone." "It's so dark and it's so quiet, it screams. I can't move, no, can't speak. I can't hear anything but the rasp of my breath. Or maybe it's not even breath anymore. It's hard to tell, when you're stuck like this. My arms are pinned tight to my sides. My legs, they feel stiff, like old wood. My back aches against something hard, something that's starting to bend in the middle. The ceiling, if I can even call it that, is right there, just an inch above my nose. There's no light, no wind, no end in sight. I'm inside a box. A small pine box, maybe 6 feet under the ground, that's what they say. It's a coffin, no, but it's not for the dead. It's for the living, a cruel trick. I don't remember the moment I died. I don't even remember dying at all. just waking up in this box, feeling all squished and tight, like a bug caught in a matchbox. My eyes snapped open, but there was only black. At first, I thought it was a nightmare, one of those really bad ones where you can't wake up. I squeezed my eyes shut, then opened them again, hoping to see my bedroom ceiling, my old lamp, anything familiar. But the black stayed. Days have passed. Or has it been weeks? No, maybe even months. Time just gets all messed up in here like it's rotting away with me. It's like a thick, gooey syrup, slow and heavy. Every tick of my own heart feels like a year, a long, drawn-out stretch of nothing. The air, it feels old. It's stale and thick, like dust you can taste, like the inside of an ancient closet. My tongue feels like sandpaper, always dry, always rough. My eyes, they strain in the blackness, trying to find something, anything, a speck of light, a faint outline. But there's just nothing, just the dark, pressing in. My body feels heavy, but also strangely light, like it's losing its shape. My muscles ache from being still for so long, a deep, dull throb that never goes away. My skin feels clammy, always damp, like I've been sweating for days. Sometimes my mind drifts. It floats away to memories, little flickers of what used to be, like old movies playing in my head. I see my old dog Buster, a scruffy terrier mix with one floppy ear and a tail that never stopped wagging. He'd chase a red ball down our gravel path, kicking up little clouds of dust. His excited barks, they were loud and happy. I can almost hear them now, echoing in this terrible quiet. He'd bring the ball back, drop it at my feet, his eyes bright and full of life. I miss that sound. I see my mother's hands, so soft and warm, moving quickly as she folded laundry on the kitchen table. The smell of clean fabric, like sunshine and fresh air, fills my nose even now, down here in the dark. She'd hum a little tune, a quiet, happy sound that always made me feel safe. I can almost smell the rain, that fresh, earthy scent, like old pennies left out in the garden, on old tin rooftops after a summer storm. The way the drops would drum a rhythm, soft and steady, a comforting sound. I remember sitting on the porch, just listening to it fall, feeling the cool air. I remember a half-finished letter left on my desk, the ink still wet, waiting for me to finish it. I was writing to an old friend, telling him about some silly thing I'd done, a funny story. It felt important then. A birthday candle, flickering, then blown out all alone, just me and the dark. No party, no friends, just quiet. A quiet little wish made only to myself. It was a sad birthday, but it was still mine. Faces I once knew, they flashed before my eyes. My dad, his laugh booming through the house, making the windows shake. My sister, with her bright, curious eyes, always asking questions. A girl I might have loved, her smile soft and shy, like a secret. A promise I think I broke, a small thing, but it feels heavy now, like a stone in my gut. All these little pieces of my life, they come and go, like fireflies in the dark, dancing just out of reach, then fading away again. But no moment of death, no memory of me dying, no, not a single one. Just a strange gathering, a weird twist in the road, a sudden stop, a weird invitation. It all started with an envelope. It slid under my door weeks ago, a thick, creamy paper, heavier than normal mail. No name on the front, no address to send it back to, just a blank space, just a seal of dark red wax, pressed flat and hard, like an old coin. On the wax was a symbol I'd never seen before, not in any book or on any sign. It was a spiral, twisting inwards, getting smaller and smaller, inside a perfect square. Really strange, really quiet, like a secret symbol. The words on the card inside were printed in fancy looping letters, almost like handwriting, but too perfect. They said, "You are cordially invited to witness the silence." That was it. No other words, no explanation, no time, no place. Just that. I thought it was some kind of fancy art show, something deep and hard to understand, maybe a performance, something really strange and new for rich people who like weird things. I'm always curious, always wanting to see new things, so I went. My curiosity, it got the best of me, like a hook in my gut pulling me along. The location was a map, drawn simply on the back of the card. It led me way out in the woods, a quiet spot, miles and miles from any road, any sign of people. The trees grew thick and tall, blocking out the sun, making the forest floor dim and shadowy. The air was cool and smelled of damp leaves and old dirt, a deep, earthy smell. When I got there, about half a dozen other people were already there, standing around, looking just as confused as me. They were all holding the same fancy white invitations, clutching them tight, like they were the only thing keeping them from running away. Their faces were pale, their eyes wide. There was no stage, no chairs, no fancy lights, just a huge pit, freshly dug, right in the middle of the clearing. It looked like a big, ugly hole in the ground, like a fresh wound in the earth, raw and exposed. The dirt piled up around it was dark, almost black, and smelled damp and heavy, like a grave. Then, out of the trees, came these figures. They were wearing cloaks, all dark and heavy, like shadows moving in the dim light, blending into the forest. They were silent, not making a sound, not even a rustle of cloth, no, not a single whisper. You couldn't see their faces, not at all. Their hoods were pulled low, hiding everything, making them seem like faceless ghosts. They just stood there, making a slow, quiet circle around us, not saying a single word. Their silence was heavier than the air itself, pressing down on us, making it hard to breathe. It was a silence that felt wrong, unnatural. Then one by one they started leading us to the edge of the pit. They didn't push, no, they just pointed with a long cloaked arm, and you felt like you had to go. It was a strange feeling, like your feet weren't your own, like they were being pulled by an invisible string. Some people started yelling. They screamed, loud and shrill, asking what was happening, their voices cracking with fear. Some tried to run, tried to get away, their feet scrambling on the loose dirt, desperate to escape, but they didn't get far, no, not at all. The cloaked figures moved fast like shadows and brought them back without a sound, without a struggle. No struggle, no fight, just quiet, firm hands and a terrible, silent strength. When it was my turn, I felt numb, like my whole body was asleep, like I was moving in a dream. My mind felt fuzzy, like cotton, unable to think clearly. I was stumbling, tripping over my own feet, but I kept moving forward, drawn to the edge of that dark hole. There was this weird smell in the air, sickly sweet and metallic, like old pennies left out in the rain, or like fresh blood. It made my stomach churn, a sickening feeling. My eyes started to blur, like I was going to pass out, like the world was spinning. The trees swam around me. The cloaked figures seemed to melt into the shadows. I remember them lowering me down gently, slowly, into the pit. It wasn't a fall. No, it was like being placed, carefully, into a bed. I smelled pine wood, like fresh-cut trees, strong and sharp, and damp earth, like after a rain, raw and deep. Then, a wooden lid closed over me. It blocked out the last sliver of light, the last bit of sky I would ever see. And after that, nothing. Just black. A perfect, endless black. Until now. At first I screamed. Oh, how I screamed. I howled until my throat felt like it was tearing apart, raw and burning, like I'd swallowed fire. My voice was a ragged thing, just a sound of pure terror, a desperate, animalistic cry. My fists, they pounded on the wood above me over and over with all the strength I had left until my knuckles were raw. I hit it until I felt the bones in my hands crack and split, a sharp, sickening pain that shot up my arms. Blood ran sticky and warm across my wrists, a real mess in the dark, a dark, wet stain on the wood. My lungs felt like they were collapsing under all the panic, all the fear, like a heavy stone on my chest, squeezing the air out of me. I gasped for air, but it felt like I was breathing in nothing, just thick, heavy darkness. But the air, it never ran out. No, it just kept coming somehow. It was stale, yes, but it was there. I could breathe. I could still breathe, even as my body screamed for release. And that should have been the first clue. It should have told me something was very, very wrong, that this wasn't how it was supposed to be. Death, it takes your breath. This didn't. This was different. This isn't death. This is something much, much worse. It's like a twisted joke, a cruel trick played on my very soul, a punishment beyond anything I could imagine. It's a living death, a slow, unending torture. I rot in here, but I never end. My skin, it peels off in some places, damp with cold sweat, like old wallpaper peeling from a forgotten wall. It feels clammy and strange, loose on my bones. My nails, they curl up like old bark on a dead tree, thick and yellowed, brittle and useless. My clothes, they just hang on me like rags on a ghost, loose and empty, falling apart thread by thread. They smell of damp earth and decay, a smell that clings to me, a constant reminder. The box itself, it seems to weep with me. Water, it seeps through the cracks, places where the wood should be tight and strong, like tiny tears running down its sides. Sap, it drips like sorrow, slow and thick, smelling sweet and bitter all at once, sticking to my skin and hair. And then I heard it. A voice. Not mine. No, it was someone else. It was faint at first, like a whisper carried on a breeze. But there was no breeze down here. No, only stillness. Soft, all muffled, like it was far away, buried deep, deeper than me. Someone was gasping, struggling for air, then praying in a strange language, like broken bells ringing in the distance, a mournful, sad sound. Then I heard the sound of fingernails, scraping and clawing at wood, just like mine had, a desperate scratching sound that made my own skin crawl. Another box, another prisoner, dozens of them maybe, hundreds even. I started to hear them, faint at first, then clearer, like a terrible chorus rising from the earth. Little sounds, small movements, rustles, creaks. Some weep, just like me. Soft, quiet sobs that echo in the dirt. A shared sorrow. Some even laugh. But it's a crazy hollow sound, like a broken toy, a sound that chills me to the bone. Some sing lullabies in cracked voices, voices that shake the very dirt around us, a haunting, off-key tune that speaks of lost hope. We are all buried here. Not dead, no, just buried. Stuck here forever. It's a living grave, a slow, endless nightmare, a prison made of earth and wood. Why, though? Why are we here? What did we do to deserve this? What terrible crime did we commit to be sentenced to this unending silence? I keep replaying it in my head. The invitation, the fancy paper, so innocent looking. The weird spiral symbol, twisting and turning, like a maze with no exit. The silent people in cloaks, their faces hidden, their intentions dark. The big, ugly pit, that dark hole in the earth, waiting for us. And then the memory comes sharper, clearer, like a sudden flash of lightning in the dark, cutting through the fog in my mind. It was right before they sealed the lid on my box, that final moment. One of those cloaked figures, they leaned in real close, so close I could feel the warmth of their body, the faint smell of damp earth on their cloak. I still couldn't see their face, but I felt their breath, warm on my cheek, like a ghost's sigh, a chilling caress. The world has too much noise, they whispered, their voice a soft hiss, like air escaping a tire, smooth, calm, and chilling. You are here to balance it. Balance it. A punishment, then? Is that what this is? For being too loud, for living too much, for making too much sound in their quiet world? A ritual, some kind of dark magic, a sacrifice to something I don't understand, something that craves quiet, that feeds on silence. We are the hushed, the forgotten, the taken, those who talked too much, knew too much, or just existed too loudly for their liking. I think of all the times I spoke my mind, all the arguments, all the jokes, all the songs I sang off-key in the shower. Was that it? Was my very existence a crime? And so, I lie here in this dark, 6 feet of silence. No court to tell me what I did wrong, no trial to defend myself, no death to end the pain. No, just this endless, slow decay, this living nightmare. Only erasure. Like I never even was. Like I'm being wiped from the world, bit by bit, memory by memory. Only this box. And the dirt. The dirt is listening to every gasp, every whimper, every silent tear that falls. It presses in, heavy and cold, a constant crushing weight. And it does not forgive. No, not ever. It holds me tight, a silent, unforgiving hug, never letting go. The days blend into weeks, the weeks into months, I think. It's hard to tell time without the sun, without a clock, without anything to mark the passing hours. My body feels different now, lighter somehow, or maybe heavier. It's hard to tell what's real anymore, what's just my mind playing tricks. The hunger, it faded. The thirst, it went away too. My body, it just stopped asking for things, stopped needing. It's like it's forgotten how to be alive, but it still remembers how to be stuck. It's a strange kind of peace, a terrible, empty peace, a hollow quiet. I hear the others more clearly now. Their sounds are different. Less screaming, more quiet moans, soft, guttural sounds. Sometimes a soft, broken song, a lullaby without words. Sometimes just a sigh, long and drawn out, like the last breath of a dying wind, a sound of pure surrender. I wonder if they hear me, if they know I'm here too, sharing this terrible fate. I try to make a sound, a small cough, a whisper, but my throat feels tight, unused, like it's forgotten how to make noise. It's like my voice has been taken from me too, stolen by the silence. The silence, it's not just around me, no, it's inside me now. It's growing, taking root, filling every empty space. I remember a time, not so long ago, when I loved noise. The roar of a crowd at a baseball game, cheering for my team. The loud music from my old stereo, shaking the floorboards. The chatter of friends over coffee, their voices overlapping, full of life. Even the blare of a car horn in traffic, it felt like life, like movement. Now, I crave it, desperately. A single bird chirp, a distant car, anything, just a sign of the living world. But there's only the soft scrape of others, the drip of sap, the quiet creak of my own box, like a slow, painful sigh. It's a symphony of nothing, a terrible, unending hum of quiet. I think about my life, all the moments I took for granted. The simple things. Walking barefoot on grass, feeling the cool blades between my toes. Feeling the sun on my face, warm and bright. The taste of a cold drink on a hot day. The fizz on my tongue. The smell of fresh-baked bread, warm and sweet. All these things, they feel like dreams now, far away and impossible, like something from another life. I remember a time I argued with my sister. We were yelling, really loud, about something silly, a toy, a game. I remember her face, red and angry, her eyes flashing. Now I'd give anything to hear her yell at me again, anything, just to hear a human voice, a real one, not a broken whisper from another grave, not a ghost of a sound. I try to move my fingers, just a little. They feel stiff like dried twigs, brittle and cold. I can barely twitch them, just a tiny tremor. My body is becoming part of the box, or the box is becoming part of me. It's hard to tell where one ends and the other begins, where the wood stops and my flesh starts. The thought of being found, it used to give me a tiny spark of hope, a flicker of light in the dark. Someone would come looking, right? My family, my friends, they'd miss me. They'd dig me up, pull me out of this dark hole. But that spark, it's almost gone now. It's just a tiny ember, ready to die out, leaving only ash. Who would even know where to look? The woods were so deep, so quiet, so forgotten. No one knew I was going to that strange gathering. I told no one. My secret curiosity, it led me here, to this end. I think of the symbol again, the spiral in the square. What did it mean? A journey inwards, a trap, a never-ending circle within a solid wall. It feels like a riddle I'll never solve, a secret that will die with me. The cloaked figures, they were so calm, so sure. They truly believed they were doing something right, something important, something for the good of the world, balancing the world, they said. But what about our balance, the balance of our lives, our souls? They took it all, without a word, without a thought. I wonder if they ever think about us buried here. Do they listen? Do they feel the world getting quieter just a little bit because of us? Does it satisfy them, this silence they've created? Sometimes I imagine the world above. The sun shining, bright and warm. Birds singing their happy songs. Cars driving by, their engines humming. People laughing, talking, living their noisy lives, full of sound and movement. I imagine the wind, cool and fresh, blowing through the trees, rustling the leaves. It's a beautiful picture, but it makes my chest ache. a sharp, burning pain. I try to remember the faces of the others who were there. The nervous woman with the bright scarf, her hands trembling. The tall man who kept clearing his throat, a nervous habit. The young guy with the worried eyes, looking around like he wanted to bolt. Are they in boxes like mine? Are they hearing me too through the dirt? The sounds from the other boxes, they change. Sometimes there's a frantic scratching, then it stops. A long silence, heavier than before. Then maybe a new sound, a different kind of moan, softer, more resigned. It's like people are fading, one by one, their struggles ending, or changing, becoming something else. I feel a strange kind of peace sometimes, when I'm not thinking, not remembering, not fighting, just existing. It's a cold, empty peace, but it's still peace. It's better than the screaming, the panic, the tearing at the wood. But then a memory will hit me like a sharp stone dropped into still water. My first bike ride, wobbling down the street, my dad running beside me, cheering me on. The taste of my grandma's apple pie, warm and sweet, with a scoop of melting ice cream. Moments of pure joy, pure noise, pure life, and the ache comes back deep in my chest. A longing for what was, for what can never be again. A longing for life, for sound, for light, for everything I've lost. I try to send a message, a silent one through the dirt, to anyone, to the world above, to the others in their boxes. Are you there? Do you hear me? Are you still fighting, or have you given up too? But there's no answer. No, just the heavy, listening dirt. It absorbs everything, every hope, every fear, every silent plea. It's a tomb for our voices. I feel the wood of the box against my back. It's no longer bowing, no. It feels like it's hardening, becoming part of me, like my bones are fusing with it, or maybe I'm becoming part of it. The lines between me and the box, they blur, becoming one. I think of the last time I saw the sky, that bright, endless blue. The clouds, like fluffy sheep drifting by. The sun, warm on my skin, a gentle kiss. It feels like 1,000 years ago, a memory from another world. My breath, it's just a whisper now, a tiny puff of air, barely there. It's getting harder to tell if I'm breathing at all, if my chest is still rising and falling, my body is slowing down, becoming still, becoming cold. The silence is winning, slowly, surely. I wonder if this is what they wanted, not just to bury us, but to make us truly silent. To take away our voices, our thoughts, our very will to make a sound. To make us part of the earth's own quiet hum, a silent offering. The memory of the cloaked figure's whisper, it plays over and over in my head, a chilling mantra. The world has too much noise. What kind of world do they want? A world of whispers? A world of graves? A world where only their silence reigns? I think of all the noise I made in my life, the loud music, the shouting at football games, the laughter with friends, the arguments with family, all the sounds that made me, me. And now, there is only this endless quiet, this perfect, terrible silence. I feel a strange calm settling over me. It's not happiness, no, and it's not sadness. It's just acceptance. There's no fighting it anymore. There's no escape. The struggle is over. The dirt presses in, a heavy blanket, a final embrace. I can almost feel its weight, its cold, quiet presence. It's always there, always listening, always waiting. And I am here. 6 feet of silence. Forever. My thoughts, they slow down. The memories, they become fainter, like old photographs fading in the sun, losing their color, their sharpness. The sounds of the other boxes, they are just whispers now, almost gone, like distant echoes. I am becoming part of the silence. My own noise, my own life. It's being absorbed, taken by the earth, by the quiet. It's a strange kind of freedom, this nothingness. No worries, no fears, no pain. Just quiet, a deep, unending quiet. But it's a terrible freedom, too. A freedom from everything that makes life worth living. A freedom from sound, from light, from touch, from love, from joy. A freedom from everything that matters. I close my eyes, though it makes no difference in the dark. I just listen to the quiet, to the heavy, steady thrum of the earth around me, a heartbeat of nothing. And I wait. For nothing, no, just for the silence to become complete. For me to become truly part of it. To dissolve into the quiet. The last thought I have, it's not a memory, no, it's a feeling. A deep, cold quiet, settling over me like snow. And then, there is nothing, only silence. I don't know why I remember that night more clearly than anything else in my whole life. Maybe it's because I've spent every single second since then trying my hardest to just forget it. But it sticks, like gum on a hot sidewalk. It's always there, a cold knot in my stomach, a phantom chill on my skin. It changed everything for me. Every shadow looks like it hides something. Every car that drives by makes my heart jump, a sudden sharp beat. I used to be a normal guy, just living my life, paying my bills. Now I'm just waiting, always waiting. Waiting for what? I don't exactly know, but the feeling is always there, heavy and dark. It all started with something so plain, so everyday, something that happened all the time, 1,000 times before. I had just finished a really long, really draining day. I work in IT, fixing computers and stuff, at a big money company downtown. It's a job that sucks the life right out of you, slowly, bit by bit. Systems crashing, screens freezing, clueless bosses hovering over your shoulder, breathing down your neck, asking dumb questions. And coffee, endless cups of coffee, just to stay awake, just to keep my eyes open. That night, I worked super late. The clock on my computer screen showed way past midnight, the numbers glowing green in the dark office. The whole office floor was quiet, empty, not a single soul. The only sound was a low hum, like a tired sigh, from the ceiling lights. It felt like the building itself was asleep, but not in a peaceful way. More like it was holding its breath, waiting for something. The air was stale, heavy with the smell of old paper and dust. I grabbed my bag, the strap digging into my shoulder, and stepped outside. The cool Chicago air hit me. It was sharp, like a slap in the face, but in a good way, waking me up a little, stinging my cheeks. The streets were mostly empty, just a few scattered car lights cutting through the thick fog. The fog was like a blanket, a heavy, wet blanket, wrapping around the tall buildings, making everything look blurry and far away like a dream. It swallowed sounds, too. The city, usually so loud, so full of noise, felt hushed, almost spooky. The usual roar of traffic was just a faint whisper now. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, hunching my shoulders. I was tired, yes, but also just ready to be home. Ready for my own bed, away from the hum and the fake smiles of the office, away from the endless glow of computer screens. I pulled out my phone, my fingers feeling stiff from all the typing, almost numb. I opened the Uber app. It was a habit, like breathing. I did it almost every night. It was simple. Routine. I typed in my address, my thumb moving automatically. A few seconds later, the app showed me my ride. Driver's name, Marcus. Vehicle, black Toyota Camry. ETA, 4 minutes. See? Simple. Routine. Just like always. Nothing to worry about. Just a regular guy, a regular car coming to pick me up. I stood there on the curb, watching the street, my eyes scanning the blurry shapes in the fog, waiting for the headlights to appear. The cold air made my nose tingle, and I blew out a puff of white breath. I just wanted to be home. My feet ached, my head throbbed. I just wanted to close my eyes and disappear into my mattress. And then, the car pulled up. It was a black Toyota Camry, just like the app said. It glided to a stop right in front of me, almost silently, like a shadow, but as it got closer, something felt off. It was a tiny feeling at first, like a little prickle on the back of my neck, a whisper of wrongness. The kind of feeling you ignore because you're tired and you just want to go home. You tell yourself it's nothing, just your imagination playing tricks. The driver didn't look like his picture on the app. Not at all. The man in the profile picture had a kind, gentle smile. He had a thick, dark beard, too, that made him look friendly, like a grandpa, someone you'd trust. But the guy in the car? He was clean-shaven. His face was pale, really pale, almost white, like wax. Like a candle that had been left out in the sun too long, all melted and smooth. And his eyes, they were dark, like deep holes, and they didn't really look at me. They looked through me, like I wasn't even there, like I was just a ghost. His face was just empty. No smile, no frown, no feeling at all, just blank, like a mask. He gave a small nod, a stiff movement of his head, like a puppet. Then the back door unlocked with a soft click, a tiny sound in the vast quiet of the street. He didn't say a word, not hello, not are you John? Nothing, just that blank stare, those dark, empty eyes. The cold type, I thought to myself, trying to brush off the weirdness. Fine by me. I was too tired for small talk anyway. I just wanted to get in and go. I opened the back door and climbed in, my muscles protesting with every movement. The seats felt damp, just a little. Not soaking wet, but enough to notice, enough to make me shift a bit, trying to find a dry spot. It felt clammy, like something had been spilled, but it was cold, not sticky, a strange, unsettling coldness. It was weird, but I didn't make a fuss. I just wanted to get home. I closed the door. The car started to roll away from the curb, quiet as a ghost, the tires making barely a sound on the wet asphalt. As we drove, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. It was like a cold breath on my neck, even though the window was closed. Not from the front, where the driver was, but from right beside me. I glanced quickly to my left. The seat was empty. There was nothing there, but the air felt heavy, occupied. Like someone was breathing right next to me, but I couldn't see them. It was thick, dense, like the fog outside had somehow seeped into the car, filling the space. A coldness settled on my arm, even though the car's heater was on low, a weak, sputtering warmth. The hairs on my neck stood up, one by one, like tiny soldiers. I shivered, even though I wasn't cold. I looked again, really hard, my eyes trying to pierce the gloom. But still, nothing. Just the empty seat. You're just tired, I told myself, trying to sound brave, trying to make myself believe it. Your mind's playing tricks. It's been a long day. I shook my head, trying to clear the weird feeling away, trying to shake off the creeping unease. I pulled out my phone again, hoping to scroll through some news, anything to distract myself, anything to make the feeling go away. My thumb hovered over the screen, looking for something, anything normal. That's when I saw it. A notification, right there on my screen, glowing bright. My heart actually skipped a beat. It felt like it dropped right into my stomach, a heavy stone. My breath caught in my throat, a sharp, painful gasp. It says, "Hey, this is your Uber, I'm outside." It was time-stamped 4 minutes ago. 4 minutes. That was when the app said Marcus would arrive. My breath caught in my throat. I stared at the message, my eyes wide, unblinking. I reread it, and then again, just to make sure I wasn't dreaming, just to make sure my tired eyes weren't playing tricks. Same name. Marcus. Same car. Black Toyota Camry. But I was already in a black Toyota Camry, and it was driving. It was driving away from the city, deeper into the fog, deeper into the unknown. I slowly tapped on the Uber app. My finger felt heavy, like it was made of lead, like it weighed 1,000 pounds. The app opened, and there it was, clear as day. The ride was still pending. My Marcus, the real Marcus, was still waiting for me back at the office building. He was still waiting for me to come out and get in his car. He was probably wondering where I was, why I wasn't coming out. I slowly looked up from my phone. My eyes went to the dashboard. There was no GPS screen, no bright, glowing rideshare interface like in every other Uber I'd ever been in, just an old-fashioned radio. It was playing faint static, a low, constant hiss, like a snake whispering secrets, or a broken television set. The kind of radio you'd see in a car from 20 years ago, dusty and old. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My hand started to shake, a tremor that ran all the way up my arms. I leaned forward, my voice suddenly shaky, like a weak old man's, barely a sound. "Excuse me," I started, but my voice cracked, a dry, raspy sound. I tried again, softer, forcing the words out. Wrong car? The driver didn't respond, not even a twitch. He didn't even flinch. His eyes stayed fixed on the road ahead, blank and empty, like black stones. It was like I hadn't even spoken, like I wasn't even there, like he couldn't hear me, or didn't care to. Panic, cold and sharp, started to claw its way up my throat. It felt like a living thing scratching and tearing. I reached for the door handle, my fingers fumbled, slick with sweat, slipping on the cold metal. I pushed down on the lock. Nothing. It was locked. Solid. It wouldn't budge. "Hey," I said, louder this time, trying to hide the fear that was cracking my voice into pieces, trying to make it sound strong, even though it was weak. "Let me out." Still nothing. No words. No movement from the driver. Just the low hum of the tires on the asphalt, a steady, rhythmic drone, and that quiet, constant hiss of static from the radio. It was like being trapped in a silent movie, but a really scary one, where you knew something terrible was going to happen. The air in the car felt heavy, thick, like it was pressing down on me. I yanked harder on the door handle. I pushed the lock button again and again, my thumb pressing down with all my strength, bruising the skin. Still locked. It wouldn't budge. It was stuck, like it was welded shut. My breath came in ragged gasps. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst right out of my chest. The city had faded behind us. I hadn't even noticed it happening. 1 minute, there were streetlights and buildings, faint blurs in the fog. The next, they were gone. Completely gone. We were now on some back road, dimly lit by yellowish lamps that cast long, creepy shadows, making the trees look like monsters. The road was lined with leafless trees, their branches bare and twisted, like jagged, bony arms reaching into the dark sky, trying to grab us, trying to pull us down. It felt like we had left the real world behind, crossed some invisible line into a place that wasn't supposed to exist. The fog here was even thicker, swallowing everything. I opened my phone again, desperate. A last, dying hope. My fingers flew across the screen, trying to find a signal, any signal. No service, no GPS. The little signal bars were all gray, dead. I was completely cut off, lost, alone. There was no way out. Where are we going? I tried one last time, my voice barely a whisper now, just a breath of sound. It was the last bit of courage I had left, a tiny spark in the overwhelming darkness. He finally spoke. His voice was barely a whisper, too, like a dry leaf scraping on concrete, or sand blowing over old bones. It sounded like his voice hadn't been used in years, rusty and broken. It was rough, like bone on wood, a sound that made my teeth ache. Where they all go. My blood ran cold. It felt like ice water had been poured into my veins. I pressed myself back into the damp seat, as far away from him as I could get, trying to disappear into the fabric. My mind raced, spinning like a broken top, trying to make sense of the senseless. Was I being kidnapped? Was he going to murder me? My stomach twisted into a painful knot, a cold, hard ball of dread. This wasn't just a wrong Uber. This was something much, much worse. Something ancient. Something evil. Then I noticed it. The scent. It wasn't sweat. It wasn't cologne. It was something else. Something familiar, but in a terrifying way. It was faint at first, then grew stronger, filling the small space of the car. Formaldehyde, the kind they use in funeral homes. Sweet and chemical, but also deathly sterile, like a hospital room where someone had just died. It clung to the air, thick and cloying, making my nose burn, making my eyes water. It filled my lungs, and suddenly I felt like I was breathing in death itself, a cold chemical taste in my mouth. It was the smell of embalming fluid, of bodies prepared for burial. I turned my eyes back to the rear window, desperate for a glimpse of anything normal, anything real. Through the fogged glass, which seemed to be getting thicker, I thought I saw someone running alongside the car. Just for a second, a fleeting glimpse. Bare feet slapping on the pavement, keeping pace with the car, impossibly fast. The figure was thin, so thin, almost like a skeleton, just skin stretched tight over bones, emaciated. Its eyes were hollow, black holes in its face, staring straight ahead, not at me. Its mouth was open in a silent scream, a gaping, dark "oh," a silent cry of agony. Its arms were reaching out, long and bony, as if trying to grab onto the car, or me, trying to pull me out, or pull me in. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. Vanished into the thick fog. No one. Nothing. Just the blurry shapes of the trees and the endless road. I must be hallucinating, I told myself, my voice shaking inside my head, a desperate whisper. You're tired. You're scared. It's not real. It can't be real. But deep down, a cold, hard certainty settled in my bones, a truth I couldn't deny. I knew something real was happening, something ancient and wrong, something that had nothing to do with being tired or my imagination. I tried again to unlock the door. I banged on the window with my fist, kicked at the door with my foot, a frantic, desperate rhythm. My breath came in short, ragged gasps. My chest felt tight, like a band of iron was squeezing it, making it hard to breathe. I screamed, a raw animal sound, but it was swallowed by the hum of the car and the static. The driver finally said something else. His voice scraped like bone on wood again, slow and deliberate, each word a painful effort. They always struggle at first. His words hung in the air, heavy and chilling. They, not just me. Others, many others. The thought made my skin crawl, 1,000 tiny insects crawling over my body. It meant this wasn't new. This was a pattern, a terrible, unending pattern, and I was just the latest part of it, the newest victim. The realization hit me like a physical blow, knocking the air out of my lungs. We were now somewhere completely unmarked. The road had changed. It wasn't just a back road anymore. There were no buildings, no lights, nothing but barren trees that looked like dead fingers clawing at the sky, their branches twisted into grotesque shapes. The road was winding, but it never seemed to curve. It went straight, too straight. It felt like we were driving on a line that stretched forever, into nothing, into a void. The silence outside the car was heavy, broken only by the hum of the tires and the constant, unsettling hiss of the radio static, which seemed to grow louder, then softer, then louder again. "Where the hell are we?" I murmured, my voice barely audible even to myself, a desperate, hopeless question. It was a cry into the darkness. But I knew deep down there would be no answer. And there wasn't. That's when the car started to change. Slowly at first, then faster, like it was alive, breathing, transforming. It was like the metal was softening, shifting. The windows, which were already fogged, now turned completely opaque, like thick white milk or a sheet of ice. I couldn't see out at all. It was strange, because the air inside the car felt dry. There was no moisture. How could they fog up like that? It was impossible. I looked at the rearview mirror, hoping to catch a glimpse of something, anything, to ground me. But it was gone. Just a blank space where the mirror should have been. It was like the car was sealing me off, one piece at a time, cutting me off from the world, from reality. The radio static grew louder, then softer, then louder again. It wasn't just a hiss anymore. It was whispering, unintelligible voices, soft and low, like wind through dry leaves, or the rustling of old brittle paper. It wasn't a language I recognized, not French, not Spanish, not anything human. It was inhuman. A jumble of sounds that scraped against my ears, making my teeth hurt, making my head spin. It sounded like 1,000 tiny insects buzzing, or maybe something much older, much darker, something that had been waiting for a very long time. I blinked, trying to clear my vision, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, what I was hearing. And when I opened my eyes, the windshield had turned black, completely black, like a sheet of dark velvet had been draped over it. I couldn't see anything ahead. Yet the car continued driving, smoothly. There were no bumps, no turns, no feeling of the road at all. It was like we were floating through nothingness, through a black void, endless and terrifying. Then, the whispering voices from the radio all spoke at once, in unison, a chorus of dry, rasping sounds that somehow formed words in my head, words that echoed in my mind, cold and clear. He was the last. You are the next. My mind snapped. It was like a rubber band stretched too far, finally breaking with a painful twang. A primal scream tore from my throat, raw and desperate. I didn't care anymore. I didn't care about anything but getting out. I didn't care if I hurt myself. I didn't care if it was impossible. I kicked at the window beside me, the one I had tried to unlock. I kicked and kicked, my foot slamming against the glass with all the strength I had left, a frantic, desperate rhythm. The glass cracked. A spider web of lines spread across it, like a frozen explosion. And just as I shattered it, just as the first tiny shards began to fall, glittering like sharp diamonds, I felt it. Hands, cold, so cold. Decomposed hands, reaching from the seat beside me, the seat that had been empty. They were bony, and I could feel the rough, dry skin against my jacket, like old leather. They gripped my shoulder, fingers digging in, not hard enough to hurt, but hard enough to hold me, hard enough to make me freeze, hard enough to make me know they were real. I turned my head slowly, my neck stiff, like a rusted hinge. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum, beating a desperate rhythm. My breath caught in my throat, a choked gasp. A face stared at me. It was pale, so pale, almost glowing in the dimness of the car, a sickly white, hollow. Its eyes were too wide, too black, like bottomless pits, like empty sockets. They weren't human eyes. They were just dark, swallowing all light. And the mouth was open, slightly, a dark slit, as if it was about to speak, or scream, or maybe just take a breath. It was a face I almost recognized. Almost. It was familiar in a way that made my stomach clench, with a terrible dawning dread, a cold, sick feeling. A face from a dream, or a nightmare. A face that haunted me. A face that looked like me. Not exactly, no, but like a twisted, rotten version of me. The same shape of the jaw, the same tired lines around the eyes, but all wrong, all dead. It was me, but not me. It was me, but after. I woke up. The first thing I felt was pain, a dull ache in my head, throbbing behind my eyes, a sharp sting in my leg, like 1,000 needles. I was lying on the side of a road, in a ditch. The ground was cold and damp beneath me, smelling of wet earth and dead leaves. My body felt bruised all over, like I'd been thrown around, every muscle screaming in protest. My clothes were dirty, torn, covered in mud and grime. I pushed myself up, groaning, a raw sound of agony. My legs screamed in protest, a searing pain shooting up to my hip. No car, no driver, just me. And the shattered remains of my phone, lying uselessly beside me in the dirt, its screen a spiderweb of cracks, black and dead. It was just a broken piece of plastic now, a symbol of my broken night. I limped toward what looked like a faint glow in the distance. A gas station. It seemed miles away, a tiny beacon in the vast darkness. But I had to get there. Every step was agony, a fresh wave of pain. My head throbbed with every beat of my heart. I tasted blood in my mouth, metallic and bitter. I stumbled, nearly fell, but pushed myself forward, driven by a desperate need to be somewhere, anywhere, safe. The idea of being alone on that dark road, after what I'd just experienced, was worse than any physical pain. The trees around me seemed to whisper, their branches reaching, still reaching. When I finally reached the gas station, the attendant stared at me, his eyes wide with shock. I must have looked like a wild animal, dragged from the woods. My hair was messy, matted with dirt. My face was streaked with dirt and blood, my eyes probably wide and frantic. I begged for help, my voice hoarse, barely a croak. I called the cops, my fingers fumbling with the payphone, shaking so hard I could barely dial. It was hard to explain. How do you tell someone you were in a ghost Uber driven by a waxy-faced zombie, and then almost grabbed by a dead man who looked like you? How do you make them believe it? The officer who interviewed me later came back with a strange expression on his face. He was a big guy, with kind eyes, usually calm, but now his eyes held a mix of confusion and something else. Something like pity, or maybe fear. A cold dread settled in my stomach. There's no record of any Uber with that name or plate in the area last night, he said, his voice low, almost a whisper. He sounded tired, like he'd been up all night dealing with things he couldn't understand. We checked the logs, the dispatch system, nothing. It's like it never existed, like the car, the driver, your ride, it just vanished. My heart sank. I knew it. They wouldn't believe me. How could they? It sounded crazy even to my own ears. I was just some guy, bruised and babbling about ghosts. But here's the real kicker, he continued, and slid a printed photo across the table toward me. It was a picture of a man. He looked a little older than me, with the same tired eyes I probably had right now, deep-set and weary. He was wearing a jacket that looked exactly like mine, a dark, worn bomber jacket. "This was Marcus," the officer said, his voice quiet, almost solemn. "The real Marcus. He died last year. Car crash. Same road you were found on, right near where we found your phone." I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. The air felt thin, like it was being sucked out of the room, leaving me gasping. The picture blurred in front of my eyes, then sharpened again. The Marcus who picked me up, the waxy face. It wasn't just a random man, it was Marcus, but not alive. It was his ghost, his dead body, driving that car, the formaldehyde. It all clicked into place, a horrifying, sickening puzzle. Then he said one more thing, and it sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins, freezing me from the inside out. There was another guy, about a year ago, said he saw Marcus, described the same car, same face. He was found in the same ditch too, just a few feet from where you were. My blood ran cold, my hands clenched into fists under the table. "What happened to him?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, a dry, cracked sound. The cop paused. He looked away, out the window, at the gray morning light, as if searching for answers in the empty sky. He took a deep breath, a heavy sigh. "He's missing. Vanished 3 days later. No trace. Like he just disappeared. Like he was never here at all." Weeks have passed since that night. Weeks that feel like years, like a lifetime. I barely sleep. When I do, the nightmares are always the same. The black car, gliding silently through the fog. The waxy face, blank and empty, staring straight ahead. The cold hands, bony and dry, reaching for me. The voice, scraping like bone on wood, whispering, "Where they all go?" I flinch at the sound of tires on the street outside my window. Every car that slows down makes my heart leap into my throat, a sudden painful jump. The back seat of my own car feels too full, too heavy, like there's someone else sitting there, just out of sight, breathing cold air down my neck. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see the pale man beside me, the one with the hollow eyes, the one I nearly recognized. And then, one terrible, awful morning, I remembered where. The memory hit me like a punch to the gut, stealing my breath. It was from a missing persons post I'd seen months ago, on social media, or maybe a news site. I hadn't paid much attention to it then, just another sad story, one of many, a face that blurred into the background. A young guy, about my age, last seen leaving work late at night. He had taken an Uber, never made it home. His picture was there, a small, grainy photo, and it was my face. Not exactly, no, but close enough to make my stomach churn, to make me feel sick to my core. The same tired eyes, the same shape of the jaw, the same messy hair, like a mirror, a reflection, a predecessor. The thought hit me like a physical blow, knocking the air out of my lungs. Was that who the man in the car was? The one before me? Was he showing me my future? Was I seeing myself already dead, already trapped in that endless ride? The idea was a cold, sharp blade twisting in my gut. I was next. I was the next one to vanish. Now, I keep getting texts from an unknown number, always the same message. It pops up on my phone at random times, in the middle of the day when I'm trying to pretend everything is normal, late at night when the house is dark and quiet and every shadow seems to move. When I'm trying to eat, the phone buzzes and my appetite vanishes. "Hey, this is your Uber. I'm outside." I always look outside, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs, a frantic, desperate beat, my hands shaking so hard I can barely hold the phone, but there's never anyone there. The street is empty, just the usual cars parked, the streetlights humming, casting their sickly yellow glow. Nothing. It's a trick, I tell myself, a sick joke, a cruel game. But the fear is real. It's always real. It's a constant companion, a shadow that follows me everywhere. Until last night. I was sitting in my living room, the lights low, trying to read a book, trying to lose myself in someone else's story, anything to keep my mind off things, anything to stop the endless loop of fear. My phone buzzed. I didn't even need to look. I knew what it would say. The words were burned into my mind. "Hey, this is your Uber. I'm outside." But this time, I didn't just look out the window. I walked to it. Slowly. My legs felt heavy, like they were moving through thick mud, each step an effort. My breath hitched in my throat. I pulled back the curtain, just a tiny bit, my fingers trembling. And there it was, the black Camry, parked across the street from my apartment building, just sitting there, silent, menacing, headlights on, cutting through the darkness, two bright, cold eyes staring straight at my window. The engine was running. I could hear the low thrum, a steady, patient rumble, even from inside my apartment. It was waiting, not for Marcus anymore, not for anyone else, for me. I stood there, frozen, watching it. My breath fogged the window pane. The car seemed to pulse with a dark energy, a silent promise of what was to come. I knew, with a terrible certainty, that my time was up. The ride that never came for Marcus, the ride that took the other guy, was finally here for me. It wasn't a question of if, but when. And as I watched, the driver's side door slowly, silently, opened. A pale hand, waxy and still, reached out, beckoning. The fog outside seemed to thicken, swirling around the car, ready to swallow it. And me, whole. I closed my eyes, but the image of the open door, the waiting car, was burned behind my eyelids. I knew what I had to do. I just didn't know if I had the strength. The cold knot in my stomach tightened, pulling me down, down, down. I used to think ghosts were just stories people told around campfires, things made up to scare kids. Rattling chains, see-through figures, stuff like that. I guess I believed in the kind of history you could touch, the kind written down in dusty books and official reports. My name is Dr. Holden Wren, and I work for the Department of Defense. Sounds fancy, maybe, but mostly I'm a naval historical analyst. I spend my days digging through old papers about ships and sea battles, stuff most people would find about as exciting as watching paint dry, stacks and stacks of declassified documents, mainly from the Cold War. That's my specialty, figuring out what really happened way back when, hidden between the lines of official jargon. But about 4 weeks ago, tucked away in the Keyport Naval Undersea Warfare Archives up in Washington State, I found something that wasn't supposed to be there, something that pulled the rug out from under my nice, neat, explainable world. It wasn't a ghost story I found. Not exactly. But let me tell you, some things that haunt us, they were never alive to begin with. And if you're hearing my voice somehow, well, maybe the ripples from what I found have already reached you. Maybe it's already started. It was raining that day. Not a gentle sprinkle, but a hard, angry downpour, drumming against the tall windows of the archive reading room like it wanted to break in. The sound usually helps me focus, a steady rhythm against the quiet rustle of old paper. I was hunched over my desk, a pool of lamplight pushing back the gray afternoon gloom. In front of me sat a plain green folder, the kind the military used for everything back in the 60s. It felt slightly damp, maybe from the humidity in the air, or maybe just from age. Inside, the pages were yellowed, brittle at the edges, filled with faint typewritten lines. Just another routine logbook, it seemed. Dive logs, maintenance checks, crew rotations. Dated 1966, from a nuclear attack submarine called the U.S. Aspen. My first thought was, Aspen? That name didn't ring a bell. And trust me, I know the subs from that era. The Skipjacks, the George Washingtons, the Threshers. I could list them in my sleep. But Aspen? Never heard of it. Curiosity is part of my job description, so I put the folder aside and started digging. I checked the official fleet databases, the active ones, the decommissioned lists, the historical registries kept under lock and key. Nothing. Zero. Zilch. It was like the U.S. Aspen had never existed. No records of its commission, no photos of its launch ceremony, no mission reports, no final debriefings after it was supposedly taken out of service. According to the official history of the United States Navy, the U.S. Aspen was a ghost ship that never sailed. But the logbook was real. I held it in my hands, page after page of meticulous entries detailing engine performance, sonar readings, depth changes, all standard procedure for a nuclear submarine on patrol. There were multiple entries, spanning several days. The last one was dated August 14, 1966. It was signed, in firm, slightly slanted handwriting, by Lieutenant Commander Ramon Harker. That date stuck in my head. August 14th. Because according to the scant, almost hidden whispers I could find in unrelated incident reports, the experimental subproject codenamed Aspen, which was never officially acknowledged as a vessel, was reported lost with all hands during deep-sea trials, 5 days before that final log entry. August 9th, 1966. How could Harker sign a log entry on August 14th if the sub was already at the bottom of the ocean? My heart started doing a funny little beat against my ribs. This wasn't just a filing mistake. This was wrong. Deeply wrong. Then I saw it. Taped carefully to the inside of the back cover, on the final page right below Harker's signature, was a photograph. Black and white, of course, like everything from that time. It was creased badly, folded and unfolded many times, the image a little blurry, maybe taken in a hurry. It showed 6 men crammed into what was obviously a submarine control room. Gauges and pipes lined the curved walls behind them. They were all in uniform, standard navy khakis and utility shirts. They looked tired, strained, but trying to put on brave faces for the camera. 5 of them were anonymous, their name tags either obscured or missing. But one man, standing slightly apart, had a clearly visible tag pinned to his shirt. CPO Desmond Crane, Chief Petty Officer. My eyes scanned the details, the cramped space, the uniforms, the serious expressions, standard stuff. But then, my gaze drifted to the background, over the shoulder of CPO Crane. There was a small, thick porthole, the kind designed to withstand incredible pressure. And reflected in the dark, greenish glass was a face. It wasn't one of the crew. It wasn't even human. It was pale, unnaturally white, like bleached bone, and bloated, horribly swollen, like something that had been underwater for a very, very long time. The eyes were just dark pits, empty sockets that seemed to suck in the dim light of the control room. The mouth was a stretched, lipless gash across the lower half of the face, pulled back in a silent, agonizing scream. Or maybe it was smiling. The reflection was distorted by the curve of the glass, making it hard to be sure. But it was there, looking out from the porthole, looking in at the crew. Or maybe looking out at me across 50-odd years from a photograph taped inside a logbook that shouldn't exist. A chill, cold and sharp, traced its way down my spine, completely unrelated to the damp air in the archive. I slammed the folder shut, my hand trembling slightly. The rain hammered against the window, louder now. Suddenly, the quiet archive felt too big, too empty. I knew with a certainty that defied logic that I had stumbled onto something far more dangerous than a forgotten piece of naval history. The U.S. Aspen wasn't just missing, it was wrong, and whatever was reflected in that porthole, it was part of the reason why. A week later, the rain was a distant memory, replaced by a biting, unnatural cold that seeped right through my government-issue parka. They didn't just call me. They practically bundled me onto a windowless military transport plane without telling me where we were going, until we were halfway there. Destination? Barrow, Alaska, or Utqiagvik, as the locals call it, the northernmost point of the United States. A place where the sun disappears for months and the ice owns everything. Waiting for me wasn't some stuffy admiral or decorated officer. It was a woman named Julia Marin, director of, well, she didn't exactly say. Her ID just read, Office of Naval Intelligence, but her eyes had the flat, seen-too-much look of someone who'd spent years wading through secrets the CIA preferred to keep buried. She met me on the frozen tarmac, the wind whipping strands of graying hair across a face that looked like it was carved from granite. She didn't offer a handshake, just lit a cigarette with practiced efficiency, cupping her hands against the gale. The smoke was instantly snatched away. "Dr. Holden Wren," she stated, her voice raspy, like sandpaper on steel. Not a question. You've been poking around in places that were filled with concrete for a damned good reason." She took a long drag, the cigarette tip glowing fiercely orange against the stark white landscape. "You found the Aspen file." Again, not a question. I just nodded, my breath puffing out in a white cloud. My initial shock and fear had solidified into a stubborn determination. I had to know. "You really want to know what happened down there? What we buried?" She looked me up and down, assessing. Maybe checking if I'd break, or maybe just deciding how much to tell me. She offered me the cigarette pack. I shook my head. "Yes," I said, my voice sounding thin in the vast, frozen emptiness. "I do." She gave a curt nod, flicked her cigarette away, a tiny dying star against the snow, and turned. "Follow me." She led me away from the sparse collection of buildings near the airstrip, towards a structure that looked like nothing more than a reinforced concrete bunker half buried in a snowdrift. No signs, no markings, just thick steel doors and frosted-over camera lenses tracking our approach. Inside, the air was even colder, smelling faintly of ozone and old machinery. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a sterile glare on frost-lined corridors that stretched down into the earth. We went down, level after level, the pressure building in my ears. We passed heavy vault doors, thick as bank safes, stenciled with cryptic labels: Opal Star, Drifting Needle, Blue Tangent, names that meant nothing to me, but hinted at secrets locked away in the Arctic cold. Finally, at the end of a long, echoing passageway that seemed to press in on me, we reached a small room. Reinforced steel walls, floor, ceiling. It felt less like an archive and more like a cell. Inside, there was nothing but a bare metal table, 2 chairs, and an old reel-to-reel tape recorder, the kind you see in spy movies. Next to it sat a neat stack of audio tape reels in cardboard boxes. But it wasn't the recorder or the tapes that drew my eye. Scratched deep into the surface of the metal table, carved with something sharp, perhaps a knife or a key, was a single sentence. The letters were jagged, uneven, like they'd been gouged out in desperation or terror. "We were never alone," Marin gestured towards the chair. "The official story is that Aspen suffered a catastrophic reactor failure during sea trials. Tragic accident. End of story." She pulled out another cigarette, lighting it with hands that were perfectly steady. "The unofficial story," she paused, letting the smoke curl around her words, "is on those tapes. Log entries from Lieutenant Kellen Rhodes, the sub's executive officer, recorded internally when they realized something was wrong." She loaded the first reel onto the machine with practiced ease, the tape whispering as it threaded through the guides. "Listen," she said, her voice low. "Listen to what happens when you go too deep, looking for monsters, and find something else entirely." She pressed play. A hiss filled the small, cold room, followed by a sharp click. Then, a voice. Young, crisp, military standard, confident. August 4th, 1966. Log entry Lieutenant Kellen Rhodes. Day 4 of Operation Chimera. Reactor performance remains stable. Nominal readings across the board. All systems green, except the new sonar array. The Chimera rig. It's sensitive. Maybe too sensitive. Picking up intermittent contacts, deep below us. False readings, most likely. Thermal pockets, or maybe just unusual acoustic layering in this trench. Sounds are rhythmic, though, almost patterned. Too regular for geology. Chief Petty Officer Crane, Desmond, insists it's instrument malfunction. Standard teething problems for new tech. Says I'm hearing ghosts in the machine. I'm not so sure. There's a pulse. Down there. Click. Hiss. Marin let the silence hang for a moment before fast-forwarding slightly, the tape whirring. Click. Rhodes's voice again. Still clear, but maybe a little tighter. A hint of strain underneath the military calm. August 9th, 1966. Day 9. We had an incident this morning. Chief Corpsman collapsed during breakfast prep in the galley. Just dropped. Started convulsing, foaming at the mouth. Doc thinks it was severe food poisoning. Maybe botulism from a bad batch of canned ham. We quarantined the supply, obviously. But Here's the kicker. We all ate from that same batch last night. Every man aboard, but only Corman got sick. Violently sick. He's stabilized now, sedated in sickbay. But the crew, they're spooked, whispering, looking over their shoulders. The air feels thick down here, heavy. Click, whir, hiss. Marin's face was impassive, wreathed in smoke. Click. Rhodes's voice. Definitely strained now. Faster cadence. Less sure. August 14th, 1966, day 14. Okay, things are getting strange. We had a hull pressure alarm spike about an hour ago. Sounded like we were being crushed. Our primary depth gauge shot down to 800 meters, way below crush depth for this vessel. But the manual backups, the mechanical gauges, they read steady at 300 meters, standard operating depth. The alarm cleared itself after 30 seconds. Just stopped. Simultaneously, external sonar picked up movement, directly beneath us. Close. Whatever it was huge. Readings indicated something enormous displacing water, moving slowly, and it was cold. The temperature sensors registered a localized drop of nearly 15 degrees Celsius in the water around the signature, like a pocket of absolute zero moving through the ocean. It vanished as quickly as it appeared. No wreckage signature, no biologicals, just gone. Desmond is maintaining it was a system glitch, compounded by unusual water density. He's sticking to the script, but I saw the sonar tech's face, pale as a sheet. Click, whir, hiss. The silence in the steel room felt heavy now, mirroring the atmosphere Rhodes described. Click. Rhodes's voice. Barely a whisper now. Frightened. Trying hard not to sound it. August 17th, 1966, day 17. Desmond. Something's wrong with Desmond. He ordered compartment 4 Baker sealed 2 days ago. Claimed a minor hydraulic leak. Potential contamination risk. Standard procedure, fine. But he won't let the damage control team inspect it. Won't let anyone near it. Stands guard outside it himself sometimes. And he's changed. He started wearing gloves. All the time. Thick leather work gloves. Even when eating. Even when off duty. He shaved his head yesterday. Didn't say a word. Just walked into the head with clippers and came out bald. And his eyes. He doesn't blink anymore. Not that I've seen. Just stares. He was our ONI liaison. Supposed to observe the CHIMERA test. Now, I don't know what he is. He just watches. The men are avoiding him. I'm avoiding him. The tape clicked off. The hiss faded, leaving only the hum of the lights and the sound of my own breathing, shallow in the cold air. Marin ejected the reel slowly. "There's more," she said quietly. "It gets worse, but you need the context." She explained the mission. U.S. Aspen wasn't just any sub. It was a prototype fitted with experimental technology. Specifically, a revolutionary passive sonar array codenamed Chimera, designed to be undetectable itself while being able to hear Soviet silent runner subs from incredible distances, even ones hiding beneath thermal layers or using quiet propulsions. Their mission was to take Chimera deep into the Norwegian Sea, into a particularly deep and geologically complex trench, and test its limits for 30 days. Absolute radio silence, no surfacing, no contact with the outside world, just the 22 souls aboard, the experimental tech, and whatever waited in the crushing dark. Desmond Crane, the chief petty officer from the photo, wasn't just any CPO. He was the Office of Naval Intelligence Liaison, there to oversee the classified tech. Or so the official manifest said. Things started going wrong around day 11, even before Corman collapsed. Subtle things at first, easily dismissed as fatigue or stress in the cramped, isolated environment. The coffee in the galley percolator turned black overnight. Not just strong, but pitch black, thick as engine sludge, with an oily sheen on top. It smelled burnt, metallic. They dumped it, cleaned the pot, made a fresh batch. The next morning, same thing. Black sludge. After the third time, they stopped making coffee. The polished steel mirrors in the cramped bathroom cubicles started fogging up. not from steam. The air scrubbers kept the humidity tightly controlled. They fogged from the inside, behind the glass, a milky white film that couldn't be wiped away. Sometimes the men swore they saw shapes moving in the fog, fleeting shadows just at the edge of vision. The constant low-level static on the internal comm system started to change. Instead of random hiss, fragments of sound emerged, distorted music, garbled voices. One terrified young sonar tech swore blind he heard Russian nursery rhymes playing, slowed down and backward, fading in and out of the static for almost an hour. Then came the knocking. A seaman named Thatcher, on watch near the aft torpedo tubes, reported hearing rhythmic tapping coming from outside the pressure hull, impossible at their depth. The water pressure would crush a man instantly, but Thatcher insisted. Said it wasn't random. It was deliberate, perfect Morse code. He listened, heart pounding, scribbled it down. The message was simple, chilling. Things escalated. The pressure spikes, the cold signatures on sonar, Corman's violent illness, and Desmond's increasingly bizarre behavior, culminating in him sealing off Compartment 4 Baker. When Lieutenant Commander Harker finally pulled rank and forced Desmond to open the quarantined compartment, accompanied by a security detail, they didn't find a hydraulic leak. The air inside was stale, cold, and embedded in the solid steel walls, pushed into the metal as if they'd grown there from the inside out, were rows upon rows of teeth, long, needle-sharp, angled backward like a shark's, but thinner, almost translucent. Not human, not like any animal they recognized. They were just there, fused to the bulkhead, like the submarine itself was growing monstrous teeth. And there was something else, even more insidious. The oxygen levels in the sub were perfectly normal. The CO2 scrubbers were working overtime, functioning perfectly. Yet, every single man on board, from Harker down to the lowest rating, felt like they couldn't breathe. A constant, crushing weight on their chests, a desperate need to gasp for air that wasn't there. It wasn't physical, it was psychological, a shared delusion, or something pressing in on them from the outside, squeezing their minds. The final straw, the thing that broke the remaining shreds of normalcy, happened in the forward torpedo room. During a routine check of the ballast tank monitors, a young ensign found something floating in the auxiliary seawater intake tank, a small access point used for testing salinity and temperature. It was a dead seagull, soaking wet, feathers slicked down, its eyes glassy. Impossible. They were hundreds of miles from land, hundreds of meters below the surface. How could a seagull get inside a sealed submarine? Attached to its leg, almost rusted through but still legible, was a small aluminum band. An Icelandic bird tracking tag, dated 1934. 32 years before the Aspen even set sail. How the hell did it get there? The question hung in the recycled air like a death sentence. They weren't just dealing with equipment malfunctions or psychological stress anymore. The laws of reality seemed to be fraying at the edges, deep beneath the waves. Marin let out a slow breath, the smoke ghosting around her head. That's when Harker started keeping a private journal, separate from the official logs. She reached into a flat briefcase I hadn't noticed before and pulled out a clear plastic evidence bag. Inside was a single sheaf of paper, warped and stained, the ink blurred in places. It looked like it had been submerged in water for a long time. "This is the last page," Marin said, sliding it across the table. Recovered by a deep-sea survey team years later, purely by chance, snagged on their equipment near the presumed wreck site. We think Harker tried to send it up in a signal buoy just before the end. I carefully picked up the bag. The handwriting was frantic, barely legible in places, the pen strokes digging deep into the waterlogged paper. "Desmond," it began, the name almost scratched out. "He's not Oni, never was. His orders, his codes, they don't check out. He answers to someone else, or something else. He watches us, knows things he shouldn't, repeats phrases my father used to say. My father died when I was 10. How? We were fools. The Chimera Array. It wasn't just listening. It broadcasted something. A signal, a resonance. We didn't detect the Soviets. We knocked on a door that should have stayed shut. We opened something. A tear, a rift in the deep dark, and something came through. Or maybe it was always here, sleeping, and we woke it up. It doesn't have a shape, not really. It touches our minds, uses our thoughts, our fears, our memories, makes them real. Yesterday I saw my mother walking down the passageway past the reactor compartment. Clear as day, smiling at me. She died of cancer in 1959. Thatcher saw his childhood dog in the sonar room. Davies heard his daughter singing. It learns. It mimics. It draws you in with what you love, what you miss. This isn't a weapon, not Rusian, not ours. This is old, ancient, buried under the pressure and the cold for millennia. We disturbed it, we touched it, and now it knows us. It won't let go. It's inside the sub with us now, in the walls, in the pipes, in Desmond. August 14th, depth gauge failing again, hull groaning. Desmond is smiling. If anyone finds this message, do not search for us. Do not try to retrieve the Aspen. Leave her be. Bury the coordinates. Forget this ever happened. She's not just a wreck down there. She's a cage, and she's not alone. The last words trailed off, smudged beyond recognition. I looked up at Maren, the cold of the room finally seeping into my bones. The photograph, the logbook, the tapes, Harker's desperate message. It all clicked into place, a horrifying mosaic of impossible events. A secret mission, an ancient entity disturbed, a crew driven mad by mimicry and fear, and Desmond Crane, not just a compromised agent, but potentially something else entirely. A host? A puppet? So, I managed, my voice hoarse. What now? Maren crushed out her cigarette on the metal table, leaving a black smudge near the carved words. Now, Dr. Wren, she said, her eyes holding mine, devoid of any warmth. You understand why some doors are best left unopened. Officially, the Aspen file goes back into the void it came from. Unofficially. She leaned forward slightly. You brought this back to the surface. What do you think we should do? It took weeks. Weeks of arguing, pleading, presenting the evidence, the logs, the tape transcripts, Harker's journal, to skeptical panels and shadowy committees I never saw the faces of. Maren pulled strings I didn't know existed. Most wanted to bury it deeper than the Aspen itself, concrete it over, classify it into oblivion. But the photo, Harker's warning, the impossibility of it all, it gnawed at some of them, and it gnawed at me relentlessly. We couldn't just leave it there. What if Harker was wrong? What if retrieving it was the only way to understand, to contain whatever they woke up? Against all odds, against common sense maybe, I convinced them. Or rather, Maren convinced a specific, unnamed black operations unit, the kind that specializes in salvage and recovery under conditions that officially do not exist. They had the tech, the submersible, the nerve, and maybe, just maybe, they had their own reasons for wanting a look at whatever was lurking in the Norwegian trench. So here I was, months after finding that green folder, aboard the RV Nautilus, a state-of-the-art salvage vessel, disguised as a civilian research ship. We floated above the coordinates pinpointed by Harker's last known position and the deep-sea survey that found his journal page. 11,000 feet below us lay the crushing abyss of the Norwegian trench. The air crackled with tension, a mix of scientific curiosity and barely concealed fear. I wasn't Navy, but I felt like an imposter among the hardened crew. Ex-SEALs, deep-sea engineers, sonar wizards with haunted eyes. Our primary tool was an ROV, a remotely operated vehicle named Hecate, a high-tech underwater drone equipped with powerful lights, cameras, sonar and manipulator arms, tethered to us by a thick umbilical cable. We watched the monitors in the dimly lit control room as Hecate began her descent, slipping beneath the choppy gray waves into the perpetual night below. Down, down, down she went. 500 feet, 1,000 feet. The pressure mounting exponentially. 5,000 feet. Utter blackness outside the ROV's Klieg lights, which cut feeble cones through the void. Strange bioluminescent creatures drifted past the camera lens like alien snowflakes. 8,000 feet. The water temperature plummeted. The sonar pinged steadily, mapping the seabed below. 10,000 feet. Approaching target depth, the ROV pilot announced, his voice calm, professional. Seabed coming into view. The monitors showed a desolate landscape of silt and rock, bathed in Hecate's lights. Then, the sonar operator spoke, his voice tight. Contact. Large metallic object, bearing 090, consistent with submarine dimensions. Slowly, carefully, the pilot maneuvered Hecate towards the contact. Shapes began to emerge from the gloom. Twisted metal, a dark, hulking mass half buried in the silt. It was her, the U.S. Aspen, or what was left of her. The hull was buckled in places, scarred, coated in a thick layer of fine gray silt and patches of weird pale fungus that seemed to glow faintly under the ROV's lights. It looked ancient, wrong, like a carcass picked clean and left to rot. Moving in for closer inspection, the pilot murmured. Hecate's lights played over the wreck. We scanned the conning tower, the dive planes, the hull, searching for the nameplate, the identifier. Where's the name? Someone muttered behind me. It was gone, ripped away or maybe corroded beyond recognition. There was just bare, scarred metal where U.S. Aspen should have been. Hold position, the pilot commanded. Zooming in on the forward hull section, there's something else there. The camera zoomed, focusing on a section of the hull near the bow, where the current or perhaps scraping ice flows from above had scoured away some of the accumulated silt, revealing the dark steel underneath. And carved into that steel, not rusted or old-looking, but sharp, distinct, like they were etched yesterday, were words. Letters gouged deep into the metal. My blood ran cold. I leaned closer to the monitor, my breath catching in my throat. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be. Carved into the hull of a submarine lost in 1966, 11,000 feet beneath the Arctic waves, were 2 words and a date. Holden Wren, August 14, 1966. My name, and the exact date of Harker's last log entry. The date the crew vanished into silence. How? Before anyone could speak, before I could even process the sheer, terrifying impossibility of what I was seeing, the sonar operator cried out, pointing frantically at his screen. Massive contact, rising fast, right behind the wreck. On the sonar display, a colossal shape bloomed out of the darkness behind the Aspen silhouette. It wasn't solid, more like a framework, impossibly large, like the skeletal ribs of some leviathan that defied biology, and strung along its length, like horrifying pearls, were dozens, maybe hundreds, of blinking points of light, cold, steady pulses in the abyss, eyes watching us. What is that? The pilot yelled. Static exploded across the main video feed from Hecate. The image dissolved into snow, then went black. Lost contact with the ROV, someone shouted. Signal's gone. Umbilical pressure dropping. Surface now. The mission commander's voice cut through the rising panic. Get us out of here. Alarms blared. The Nautilus shuddered as the powerful winches began hauling up the now dead weight of the severed umbilical cable. Men scrambled, shouting commands. I stood frozen, staring at the blank monitor. My name and that impossible date burned into my mind. Then, the communications officer, a young woman with headphones clamped over her ears, gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Sir, she stammered, turning to the commander, her face pale. Sir, we're getting a transmission. From where? There's nothing else down there. No, sir, she whispered, her hand trembling as she adjusted a dial. It's coming from inside the Aspen wreck. Low frequency, very faint. She patched it through the speakers. A wash of static, a low hum, and then a voice. Distorted, watery, echoing, like it was coming from the bottom of a well, but sickeningly, horrifyingly familiar. It was my voice. Do not leave, it echoed from the speakers. My own voice twisted into something ancient and cold. It remembers you, Holden. Go deeper. It waits. They classified everything, of course. Top secret, eyes only, burn before reading. The official report states we encountered unforeseen technical difficulties with the ROV, resulting in its loss due to extreme pressure and equipment malfunction in the Norwegian trench. A costly drone accident, nothing more. The U.S. Aspen remains officially lost, presumed destroyed in 1966. My name carved on its hull, the colossal entity with blinking eyes, the transmission in my own voice from the wreck. None of it ever happened. Forgotten history, buried again under layers of secrecy and denial. Director Marin signed off on the report herself, her face unreadable. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. That thing down there, the presence Harker wrote about, the face in the porthole, it's real. It learns. It adapts. It uses memory, fear, even identity as bait. Something woke up during the Cold War, disturbed by probing sonar, and it was never put back to sleep. It's patient. It waits in the crushing dark, wearing the echoes of the past like a disguise. Desmond Crane? I don't think he was ever human. Maybe he was the first point of contact, the first assimilation. Or maybe he was just a lure, a familiar face sent to lead the others into the dark. He certainly never died with the rest of the crew. How could he? He wasn't like them. I try to live a normal life now. Back to the archives, back to the dusty files. But nothing is the same. The silence is different. The dark feels deeper. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I hear things. Faint transmissions, cutting through the background noise of the world. A whisper from the showerhead, hidden in the hiss of water. A garbled voice crackling from the air vents, just beneath the hum of the fan. A faint, rhythmic pulse from the tiny speaker on my wristwatch radio, even when it's turned off. They're fragmented, distorted, like echoes from a vast distance. But the message, when I can make it out, is always the same. Cold, insistent, pulling at something deep inside me. Go deeper, Holden. We remember you. Go deeper. I never believed in ghosts, but I was wrong. Some things that haunt us aren't dead. They're just waiting, and they remember. I can't tell you when it started. No, not really. It felt like it was always there, this shadow stitched into the very fabric of my sleep, a part of me that was older than me, much older. Like it wasn't even mine. No, not truly. It felt like something passed down through the hidden, forgotten corners of my family, a dark secret carried in the thick, warm current of my own blood. A heavy, ancient thing, thick with the dust of ages and the faint echoes of forgotten cries. It sat in my mind, a silent, patient hunter, waiting for the night. In that dream, it was always the same. Always. Always alone. The whole world around me was hushed, so quiet it made your ears ache, a deep, smothering silence that pressed in from all sides. Everything was gray, a flat, dull, unchanging gray, like a painting someone started and then just gave up on, leaving it unfinished, all the bright, living colors muted, smothered. I was walking, always walking, never stopping, down this long, narrow hallway. On both sides there were doors, so many doors, stretching out into the dim distance, tall and made of dark, heavy wood, all of them shut tight, locked up like they were guarding something terrible and old inside. My footsteps were the only sound, each one echoing in that vast, hushed place, a slow, heavy beat, like a drum played at a funeral. The sound was both loud and swallowed, a strange contradiction in the silence. I never knew where I was going, no, never. Just kept putting one foot in front of the other, pulled forward by something I couldn't see, couldn't understand, couldn't fight. It was a compulsion, a destiny laid out before me. Then I'd hear him, behind me, always behind me. Not footsteps, no, never the familiar rhythm of shoes on a floor, just breathe. Shallow, soft, like someone trying their absolute hardest not to be heard. But in that profound silence, it was so clear, each intake and release of air a tiny, chilling whisper. intentional, like he was breathing on purpose, just to let me know he was there, a silent promise of his presence. It wasn't a sound so much as a feeling, a deep, unsettling awareness, a presence so heavy it felt like it was pushing down on the very air around it, making everything thick and hard to breathe, making my lungs feel tight in my chest. I'd turn around, slow, like my muscles were thick with mud, exactly like you do in a nightmare where everything moves at a crawl. And there he would be, a man I'd never seen before in my life, not once in my waking hours. Pale, so incredibly pale he looked like he hadn't seen the sun in 100 years, his skin like old parchment. Thin, too thin, like a shadow stretched out and given a frail human form. His eyes, oh, his eyes, they were the worst part. They sank so deep into his skull, like dark, empty caves, and even in the dimness of the hallway, they held a terrible, unblinking stillness. And in his hand, he carried an axe. It wasn't shiny and new, no, not like something bought from a store. But it wasn't old and rusty either, not like something left out in the rain. It looked just used, like it had seen a lot of work, stained too with something dark and dried. And somehow, in a way I couldn't explain, it felt familiar, like I'd seen it a million times before, like it belonged to me. And then I'd be running, just running. My heart would pound so hard it felt like it was trying to punch its way out of my chest, a frantic drumbeat in my ears. My legs would pump, working harder than they ever had, trying to get away, trying to escape from the silent, relentless presence behind me. The fear was a cold, sharp thing, a blade twisting in my gut. He never spoke, not a single word, not a gasp, not a sigh. And he never changed his pace. He just kept coming, steady, relentless, like a ghost on a mission, never hurrying, never slowing. But he was always, always behind me, no matter how fast I ran, no matter how many desperate turns I took, how many heavy wooden doors I slammed shut behind me, hoping to block him out, to give myself a precious moment of safety. He was always there, always closer, the silent breath just behind my ear. Until he caught up? No. Until he finally caught up. And I'd feel the axe, in my back. A cold, sudden shock that jolted through every nerve ending, then a dull, crushing blow like a heavy weight pressing down on me. The sound of it wasn't dramatic, no, not like the movies. It wasn't a loud, tearing sound, not a scream, not a gush. It was just a soft thud, a quiet, sickening impact, like a shovel hitting dirt, a wet, heavy sound that was muffled and intimate. Then another, and another, each one a quiet, sickening impact, each one stealing a little more of my breath, a little more of my strength. And then I'd wake up, bolting upright in my bed, gasping for air, my throat raw, the sheets tangled around me like a net trapping me, my heart still hammering, a frantic bird trapped in a cage, the phantom ache still burning in my back, a ghostly echo of the blows. My skin would be slick with sweat, a cold sheen despite the warmth of the room. It was always the same. I had that dream for years, oh, so many years, stretching back further than I could remember, bleeding into my childhood. I'd stopped trying to figure it out, stopped trying to make sense of the endless hallway and the silent, axe-wielding man. Therapists, bless their kind, confused hearts, just told me it was some kind of old trauma I couldn't name, something buried deep down in my mind, festering. Sleep studies, with all their wires and blinking lights and strange quiet rooms, gave me no peace, no answers, just more questions. Eventually, I just learned to live with it. It became a part of me, a dark shadow stitched right into my sleep, waiting for me every night to drag me back into its gray world. A private hell just for me, a silent torment that no one else could see or feel, until I saw him, in the waking world. It was my friend Richard's birthday. We were at this really fancy banquet hall in downtown Chicago, a place of hushed opulence. All the walls were a shimmering gold, reflecting the light, and huge glass chandeliers hung from the high ceilings, sparkling like giant diamonds, throwing dazzling patterns on the polished marble floors. Laughter echoed off those floors, light and airy, the sounds of celebration. But even that sound felt distant to me, muffled by the constant hum of my own exhaustion. I was wearing a crisp black suit, ironed perfectly, trying my best to look calm, put together, like I wasn't falling apart inside. But I was battling exhaustion, a bone-deep weariness that clung to me like a damp blanket, weighing me down. The dream had come again the night before, strong and sharp, more vivid than usual. This time he'd gotten 2 swings in, each thud feeling horribly real. I'd woken up sweating, my skin clammy, my heart racing. Madison, my wife, sleeping softly beside me, completely unaware, completely peaceful. I envied her that peace more than I could say. As I stood by the bar, nursing a glass of bourbon, the warm liquid doing nothing to thaw the deep chill inside me, I saw him. A man, gliding smoothly between the tables, moving with a quiet efficiency, holding a silver tray piled high with drinks. A steward, just doing his job, a part of the background. I froze. My glass almost slipped from my fingers, clattering against the marble counter. My breath caught in my throat. It was him. He looked older, maybe, a few more lines around his eyes, a little grayer at the temples, a subtle shift in his features. But the bones of his face, the way his eyes just sank into his skull, that stoic, unmoving, almost vacant look on his face. It was him, the man from my dreams. He was real. Right there, in front of me, breathing the same air, walking among living people. My dream had leaked into reality. He didn't notice me at first, just kept moving, serving drinks, a quiet, almost invisible part of the background hum of the party. Then, like he felt my eyes on him, like he was summoned by my intense, desperate stare, his head turned slowly, deliberately. Our eyes locked across the crowded room, and he smiled, only for a second, a flicker, just barely there, like a ghost of a smile, a slight curving of his lips that didn't reach his empty eyes. But it was enough to send a jagged icicle straight through my spine, piercing me, freezing me from the inside out. My blood felt like ice water, sluggish and heavy in my veins. My heart clenched, a fist squeezing tight. I left the party early that night, mumbling some weak excuse about not feeling well, about needing some fresh air. Madison looked worried, but she didn't push. In the car, my hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip the steering wheel, the leather slick with sweat. I didn't tell Madison. No, I couldn't. How could I even begin to explain something so utterly insane, so terrifyingly impossible? Honey, you won't believe it, but I just saw a man from my dreams, a man who chases me with an axe every night, and he smiled at me. It sounded insane, completely mad, like something out of a bad movie. She would think I was losing my mind, losing my grip on reality, and maybe, just maybe, I was. The thought itself was a cold dread. But it got worse. Oh, it got so much worse. The dream changed, and this time it felt like a sick joke, a twisted, cruel game played just for me. I wasn't in that long gray hallway anymore. No, that familiar prison. This time, I was at the banquet. The same fancy hall, the same golden walls, shimmering in the dim light, the same sparkling chandeliers hanging above, casting eerie patterns on the floor. The same light, airy laughter echoed all around me, the sounds of celebration, but now it was like a record stuck on a loop, a sound that was there but wasn't. Except now, everyone was frozen in place, like statues made of flesh and bone. People caught mid-laughter, their mouths open in silent, soundless joy. Glasses raised in toasts that would never be finished, suspended in mid-air. Faces twisted in eerie, frozen cheer, a grotesque mockery of happiness. It was like a photograph, but one that was still alive, somehow trapped in time. A moment caught and held, just for him, just for me to witness. Only he moved. He was the only one. He came toward me, slow and steady, just like in the old dream, but now in this horrifyingly familiar setting, the axe in his hand, dull and heavy, gleaming dully under the chandelier lights, catching the light like a shard of ice. He didn't raise it, no, he didn't swing it. Instead, he just came closer, closer, his steps silent on the marble, until he was right in front of me, his pale face inches from mine. His eyes were still sunken, his skin still like parchment, just like I remembered. Then, he leaned in, his face so close to mine I could feel the faint, cold puff of his breath on my ear, a sensation that made my skin crawl. And he whispered, his voice a dry rustle, like dead leaves skittering across cold pavement on a windy night, so faint I almost missed it, but so clear in the silent hall. Now you know me. I jolted awake with a scream caught in my throat, a ragged, terrified sound that tore through the quiet room, echoing in my own ears. Madison stirred beside me, her eyes fluttering open, half asleep and confused, her soft hair brushing my shoulder. "Nightmare again?" she murmured, her voice thick with sleep, her hand reaching out, warm and comforting, for my arm. I nodded, unable to speak, unable to push the words past the raw terror that was stuck in my chest. A physical knot. I just pulled her closer, needing to feel something real, something warm, something alive. Her soft weight against me, a tether to reality. But even her comfort felt thin, like a fragile shield against the horror that had just whispered in my ear, something so personal and chilling. I couldn't stay away. The next day, I went back to the banquet hall. I told myself it was to look for my watch, a flimsy excuse, a transparent lie. But I needed to see. I needed to know. I needed to confirm what my eyes had seen. The staff was changing shifts, a flurry of activity, people hurrying in and out, the clatter of carts and the murmur of voices. I spotted the event manager, a harried woman with a tight ponytail and tired eyes. I tried my best to sound casual, like I was just making small talk, like this wasn't tearing me apart. "Hey, I was here last night for a party," I began, trying to keep my voice even, trying to hide the tremor in my hands. "There was a steward, tall guy, pale, pretty quiet. Do you remember him? Who was that?" She looked at me, confused, a small frown line appearing between her eyebrows. She pulled out a clipboard, checked the roster, flipping through pages with a quick, practiced hand, her finger tracing lines of names. Then she looked up, shaking her head slightly, her expression genuinely puzzled. "There wasn't anyone by that description on our team, sir," she said, her voice polite, but firm, unwavering. "Are you sure?" My heart sank, a cold weight in my chest. "You sure?" I asked, my voice rising a little despite my best efforts to keep it calm, keep it steady. "I saw him, plain as day. He was carrying drinks, serving tables, walking around, right there." "We only had 3 male servers working last night, sir," she insisted, pointing to names on her list, her finger tapping the page. "You met all of them, I think. Perhaps it was a guest you mistook for staff." But it wasn't. I knew what I saw. I knew it in my gut, in the way my blood ran cold every time I thought of his pale face, his sunken eyes, his chilling smile. He wasn't a guest. He was him, and he shouldn't have been there. He couldn't have been there. It just deepened the nightmare. My world started to shrink, to twist, to unravel at the edges. I began seeing him elsewhere, not just in my dreams anymore, not just in that one horrific encounter at the banquet hall. Once I saw him standing outside my office window, just staring up, a pale, still figure against the busy backdrop of the city street. His face was a blur, but the shape, the posture, the feeling, it was him. Another time I was waiting for a cab across the street from my apartment building, and I saw him there, on the other side, just watching me, unmoving. Always still, always watching. Like a statue placed just for me to find, a constant, silent presence. It was like he was bleeding into my real life, seeping through the cracks of my sanity, blurring the lines between what was real and what was born of nightmare. And the dreams, oh, the dreams turned. They twisted into something even more awful, something I couldn't escape even when I woke up, something that followed me, clinging to my thoughts like a shroud. Now, I was no longer the one being chased. I was the one holding the axe. In the dream, I would be running, my legs powerful, tireless, but this time, I was chasing someone. A shadowy figure, always just out of reach, their fear a palpable thing in the dreamscape. And the axe, it felt heavy in my hand, strangely right, shockingly familiar, like it was made to be there, like it was a part of me. I'd swing it, the motion sickeningly natural, and in that horrifying moment, I'd know it wasn't him I was hitting. No, not the pale man with the sunken eyes, but someone else. Someone I knew, someone I loved. Sometimes it was Madison, her face contorted in fear. Sometimes Richard. Sometimes a blurry figure I couldn't quite make out but knew was important to me. And the terror, the pure, raw, suffocating terror, was that I couldn't stop. I couldn't drop the axe. I couldn't stop swinging. I was him. I was the man with the axe, the hunter, the relentless force. And that was the worst part of all. The breaking point came a week later. I hadn't slept in 2 days, no, not a wink, not a moment of true rest. My body was screaming for sleep, for oblivion, for just a few hours of peace, but my mind wouldn't let me have it. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him, felt the heavy, familiar weight of the axe in my hand. I drank to stay numb, to push the thoughts away, to quiet the screaming in my head, the endless whispers. Bourbon, whiskey, anything to blur the sharp edges of reality, to make the nightmares less vivid, less real. I fought every reflection I saw, in windows, in mirrors, in the shiny surfaces of cars, because I was terrified of seeing his pale, gaunt face instead of my own, terrified that he had finally taken over completely. I was losing myself, piece by agonizing piece, dissolving like sugar in water. Then I went to visit Richard. He was the host of that terrible birthday party, the one where it all began, where I first saw him in the waking world, where the horror truly started. I needed to talk to someone who had been there, who could back up what I saw, who could tell me I wasn't completely insane. I sat across from him in his home office, the air thick with the comforting smell of old books and freshly brewed coffee, a smell that felt out of place with the storm raging inside me. "Richard," I started, my voice hoarse from lack of sleep, from the constant dread. "Do you remember that waiter at your party? The tall guy, pale, quiet?" Richard frowned, looking at me with deep concern, his eyes kind but troubled. "There were no waiters like that, buddy," he said, his voice soft, almost too gentle, like he was talking to a child who had seen a ghost. "What's going on with you? You look terrible, like you haven't slept in a week." And that's when I saw it. On the wall behind him, a framed photo, slightly faded with time, a picture of Richard and a group of friends, all smiling, younger, full of life, arms around each other, a snapshot of happiness. And in the middle of the group, smiling faintly, a familiar, chillingly familiar figure. It was him, the man, unmistakable. My breath hitched, a painful gasp. My finger, trembling so violently I could barely control it, rose to point. "That's him!" I gasped, the words tearing out of me, raw and desperate. "That's the man from my dreams, the steward. He was at your party." Richard went still. The smile faded from his face, replaced by a look of deep sadness, of something profoundly lost, something old and buried. He stared at the picture, then back at me, his eyes wide with a terrible understanding. "That's Matthew," he said, his voice barely a whisper, as if speaking the name was painful, as if it conjured something unwanted. "That's not possible. He died." My stomach dropped, a sickening lurch that left me feeling hollow. My legs felt like jelly, ready to buckle beneath me. "When?" I managed to choke out, the word a painful croak. 15 years ago, Richard said, his gaze distant, lost in the shadows of the past, his eyes unfocused. "He used to be part of our group, you know. We were all really close back then, inseparable. He wasn't well. He had episodes, you know, times when he just changed. His eyes would go dark. He hurt people. Not badly, usually, not trying to kill, but he had this rage inside him, a darkness that would just burst out. And he carried an axe once, a small one, a hatchet really, but it was enough to scare us, enough to make us realize he needed help. He was committed to a mental facility a long time ago for his own safety and ours. He took his own life there. They said he was found with a carving tool, something sharp, but not an axe, not the one from your dreams. I stumbled back, my feet catching on something, knocking over a chair, the loud clatter echoing in the sudden, crushing silence of the room. Matthew died 15 years ago. It couldn't be. I had seen him. I had. But if he was dead, then what was I seeing? What was chasing me? What was taking over my dreams, turning them into my own personal hell? My mind reeled, trying to make sense of something that made absolutely no sense at all. The world was tilting, spinning out of control, pulling me down into a dark, swirling abyss. That night, the dream came again. But it wasn't the banquet hall, no, that place of chilling horror. And it wasn't the endless gray hallway. This time, I was in my childhood home, the house I grew up in, every crooked floorboard familiar, every faded wallpaper pattern a memory, every shadow a ghost of the past. The air smelled of dust and old wood and forgotten meals. My mother was there, standing in the living room, her back to me. My mother, who had been dead for 6 long years, gone from this world. She looked just like I remembered her hair soft, styled just so, her shoulders gently rounded, her presence a comforting warmth in the room. But she didn't look at me, no, not once. Her gaze was fixed, distant, staring into the hallway. She just pointed toward the hallway that led to the bedrooms, the same hallway I used to run down as a kid, pretending to be a superhero, laughing without a care in the world. He was there, standing at the end of the hall, unmoving. The man from my dreams, the pale man with sunken eyes, his form a silent silhouette against the dim light, but this time, he didn't chase. He didn't even move. He just stood there, waiting, his stillness more terrifying than any chase. And he spoke. His voice, when it came, wasn't a dry rustle anymore. It was clear, aching, filled with a terrible sorrow that echoed in the quiet house, a deep, mournful sound that resonated in my very bones. You were supposed to be me. I fell to my knees, the old worn carpet scratchy beneath my hands, but I didn't feel it, couldn't feel anything but the crushing weight of his words. The words, so simple, yet so heavy with meaning, hit me like a physical blow, knocking the wind from my lungs. And in that moment, in the strange, twisted logic of the dream, in that horrifying clarity, I understood. All of it. The whispers, the endless chase, the cold weight of the axe, the sickening feeling of something stolen, something taken that wasn't mine to take. Somehow, in a way my waking mind could never grasp, in a reality that defied all reason, I had taken a path that belonged to someone else. I had stolen his identity, his fate, his future, every moment that was supposed to be his. It made no sense in the bright, harsh light of the waking world, where cause and effect ruled, but in that dreamscape, it was chillingly, brutally clear. I had inherited something, not just a dream, no, not a nightmare that faded with the morning light. It was a haunting, a soul, displaced, cheated out of its rightful place in the world, a life ripped away, a wronged spirit, crying out for justice, for balance, for what was due. And it wanted balance. It wanted what was taken from it. It wanted me, to take its place, to right the cosmic wrong. 2 days later, they found me. Wandering the bustling streets of downtown Chicago, the bright lights of the city a meaningless blur around me, the sounds of traffic and shouting voices a distant hum. I was covered in blood, my own. My hands were raw, my palms slashed open, deep, ragged cuts crisscrossing the skin, oozing dark red. I had tried to let it out, to cut out the thing that was inside me, to bleed out the stolen soul, the unwanted inheritance. The pain, the sharp, burning pain, had been a strange comfort, a way to feel something real besides the suffocating dread, a way to feel alive, even if it was just through agony. They committed me to a psychiatric facility, a quiet place, far from the city noise, a sterile, hushed environment with soft, padded walls and gentle, tired nurses who moved with quiet efficiency. I haven't had the dreams since, no, not once. The dreams of the chase, of the axe, of the man with the sunken eyes. They're gone, banished by the medications and the stark reality of my new prison. The sleep is deep, unbroken, a heavy, dreamless oblivion that offers no escape, but also no torment. But sometimes, at night, in the deep silence of my padded room, a silence so profound you can almost hear your own thoughts, I hear footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps coming down the corridor outside my door. They are so distinct, so clear, like someone walking on bare floorboards, even though I know there are only quiet tiles. They stop, right at my door. I hold my breath, my heart a dull thud in my chest. And then, I hear a whisper, soft, but so clear, as if he's standing right beside me, his cold breath on my ear, just like in that terrible final dream. Now you are me. And I weep. I weep because I believe it with every fiber of my being. I am him, his sorrow, his rage, his lost fate, his terrible stolen life. It's all mine now. I took his place. I stole his death, and I will live out his lonely, terrible ending, trapped in this quiet room, haunted by the ghost of a life that wasn't mine. The man in my dreams is no longer just in my dreams. He is me, and I am him. Forever. My name is Brian Summers, and I have spent the last 10 years looking for places that people forgot. I mean truly forgot. Not just old towns, no, but places that felt like ghosts. My job is to tell stories about these spots. I write them down on my blog for everyone to read. It's a cool job, I guess. I get to see things most folks never will. I've been to old mines and ghost towns and even a lighthouse that fell into the sea. But nothing, no, nothing at all, could have made me ready for what I found. It was on the cold, cold border, way up near Alaska. A place they called, well, Eastfold Ridge. I found a little hint about it, just a small note, in a really old book. It was a book from the 1800s about rocks and dirt, a geological survey they called it. It was dusty and smelled like old paper. I almost missed it. There were no maps that showed this place, no digital trail, no, nothing online about it. Just a quiet whisper, a tiny reference. It talked about inhabited elevation pockets with anomalous retention of 1600 settler customs. It sounded like a made-up story, something from a campfire tale. Like folklore, you know? Something your grandpa would tell you on a dark night. But a part of me, a deep part, just knew it was real. I had to see it. I just had to. My trip started in a town called Whitehorse. It's in Canada, but it felt like the edge of the world. The air was so cold there, the snow bit at you. It was sharp, like little teeth nipping at your skin. The quiet between towns, it stretched on and on. It was way longer than the roads themselves. It was a silence that felt heavy, like a blanket. I felt small under that big, empty sky. From Whitehorse, I got a ride with a man who traded furs. He was big and quiet, with a beard full of ice. He had never heard of Eastfold Ridge. No, not a single word about it. But he dropped me off at a mountain path. People said this path went nowhere. Perfect, I thought. That's exactly where I wanted to go. Somewhere that didn't exist on any map. Somewhere that time had forgotten. I walked alone after that. My boots crunched on the snow, loud in the stillness. Each step felt like a drumbeat. The sky above was stuck in a gray, quiet hush. It felt like it was holding its breath. My phone had no signal out there. No, not one bar. My compass didn't work right either. It just spun around, confused. I just used my gut feeling and hoped for the best. I pushed one foot in front of the other. The cold seeped into my bones. My breath came out in white clouds. The trees stood tall and dark, like silent guards. Sometimes I heard a distant howl, or the soft whisper of wind through the pines. It was lonely, but also, in a strange way, peaceful. I kept going, day after day. My food was running low. My body ached. But something inside me, a stubborn pull, kept me moving forward. I just knew this place was waiting. On the third day, the trees finally stopped. The forest gave way to steep, steep hills. The climb got harder. Every step was a struggle. My legs burned. My lungs felt like they were on fire. I pushed myself, one hand on the cold rock, pulling myself up. The wind picked up here, biting even harder. I squinted, trying to see through the swirling snow. And then, at the very top, like a magic trick from a long, long time ago, there it was, a small town. It was tucked into a rocky bowl, like a little secret. It was shielded from the harsh wind and the endless snow. It was hidden from time itself. It looked like a painting, like one from a long time ago. A colonial painting, come alive. Stone houses with thick, mossy roofs made of straw. The moss was deep green, like a soft blanket. Smoke curled up from the chimneys, thin gray ribbons against the white sky. Fences made from twisted tree branches wound around the houses. They looked strong, like they had been there forever. There were barns for animals, big and sturdy, and I could see livestock, a few goats and some shaggy cows, moving slowly in a pen. And people, real people, were moving around. Men wore tunics with belts and hats with wide brims. They looked like they stepped right out of a history book. Women had long wool dresses, thick and warm, and scarves tied tight around their heads. Their faces were kind, but also a little bit watchful. The air smelled of animal fat and smoked meat. It was a warm, earthy smell that made my stomach rumble. I could hear the soft clinking of tools and the low bleating of a goat. It was a quiet, busy sound. The people spoke in a slow, singing way. Their English was old, very old, but I could still understand them. It was like listening to a song from a different time. They said things like, "May the frost not find ye hollow," when they greeted me. And they said, "By the ridge's mercy, we are kept." It was a strange phrase, but it felt important to them. They said it with a quiet respect. They were kind to me, but they were also careful. Their eyes watched me, trying to figure me out, but they offered me a warm place to rest. It was a small house made of stone, sturdy and strong. Inside, it smelled of old soap and fresh pine wood. It was clean and comforting. A fire crackled in a hand-built hearth, throwing warm light on the stone walls. The flames danced, making shadows jump. Everything inside, the chairs, the plates, the clothes, it was all made by hand. No nails, no screws, just wooden pegs and ropes holding things together. It was amazing, really. Every single item had a story. Their food was rich and simple. Stews made with root vegetables, thick and hearty, and salted meats, tender and flavorful. Bread that was flat and dark, baked right on hot stones. It tasted like the earth. They served milk warm from their cows. It was creamy and sweet. Dried berries, sweetened with tree sap, were a special treat. There were no cans of food, no plastic, no shiny paper. Only wood, clay, wool, and leather. It was like stepping back hundreds of years. Children played outside with rag dolls and big wooden hoops. Their laughter was bright in the cold air. Old people sat by the fire, carving tools with sharp black rocks. Their hands moved with practiced ease. I asked one woman, her face lined with gentle wrinkles, how they stayed warm in such a cold, hard place. It was a question that had been nagging at me. She smiled at me, a soft, knowing smile. "We carry the ridge's warmth," she said. Her voice was calm. "As long as we remember." Remember what? I didn't ask her. I just let the question hang in the air. It felt like a secret, a very old one. I didn't want to push too hard. I just nodded, pretending I understood. But I didn't. Not really. On my third night there, I couldn't help it anymore. My eyes kept going to the really tall mountain. It stood right behind the village, reaching for the sky. It was dark and silent, like a giant watching over us. I asked about it. "What's that mountain called?" I said, trying to sound casual. They called it the Ridge Beyond Winter. Their voices dropped when they said it. It wasn't just a name. It was something more. Nobody dared to climb it, they told me. No, not a single person. They said the few who had tried, well, they never came back. Their eyes held a deep fear when they spoke of it. It was a fear that settled in my stomach. At night, I saw the villagers light oil lamps. They placed them facing the ridge, small points of light in the vast darkness. They mumbled in prayer, their voices soft and low. It was a strange sight, a ritual I didn't understand. I started hearing strange noises, a low, hollow hum. It came from under the floorboards of my little cabin. At first I thought it was just the wind or the old wood settling, but it was too steady for that, too deep. The hum grew louder each night. It vibrated through the floor, through my bed, right into my bones. It felt like the earth itself was humming, and I felt like someone was watching me all the time. It was a creepy feeling, like eyes were on my back, even when I was alone. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, just being silly, you know? I was in a strange place, far from home. It was easy to get spooked, but the feeling wouldn't go away. It clung to me like the cold. I would turn around suddenly, expecting to see someone. No, there was never anyone there, but the feeling stayed. Then, one afternoon, I was walking near where they kept the animals. I saw a small tunnel entrance. It was hidden under a big pile of bundled hay. It looked like a natural cave, maybe, but something about it felt wrong. My heart started to beat faster. I pushed aside the hay, my hands trembling a little. I crawled in just a few feet. It was dark and smelled of damp earth. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, and there, carved into the stone wall, was a drawing. It was a mural, old and faded, but I could still see it clearly. It was my face, my own face, staring back at me from the stone. And I was dressed in clothes from the 1600s, just like the villagers wore. I was holding a book, one with a leather cover, and all around me were the villagers. Their faces were carved too, looking up at me. My breath caught in my throat. It was impossible. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. This couldn't be real. It was just a coincidence. No, it had to be. But the face, it was too much like mine. The clothes, too perfect. The hum from under the floorboards felt louder now. It wasn't just a hum, it felt like it was calling me. I tried to leave the very next day. I had to. The fear was a cold knot in my stomach. I couldn't stay there, not after seeing that mural. It was too much. I found Elsner, the tall, pale man. He was working near the barn. I told him I needed to go back. I said people were waiting for my blog. I made up a story about deadlines, about friends expecting me. He stopped what he was doing. He turned to me slowly. He gave me a sad smile. A smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. It was a smile that held a deep, old sorrow. "We always wake when the words grow dim," he said. His voice was soft, like the falling snow. "But ye never leave, keeper. The ridge calls ye back." Keeper. The word hung in the air between us. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. A fact. My blood ran cold. I didn't say anything else. I just turned and ran. I ran as fast as I could. I ran out of the village, past the silent houses, past the watchful eyes of the villagers. I didn't look back, but the snow got deeper with every step. It was like the ground itself was pulling me down. My legs felt heavy, like lead. I pushed through it, desperate. My GPS, the one that tells you where you are, it just showed a jumble of letters and numbers. Nonsense. It was useless. No, it was worse than useless. It was mocking me. The sun seemed frozen in the sky. It hung there, a pale, weak disk. It didn't move. It didn't warm anything. It felt like time itself had stopped. I kept running, but it was no use. The snow was too deep. My lungs burned. My legs gave out. I stumbled and fell down under a big rock ledge. The cold seeped into me. I tried to get up, but my body wouldn't obey. I was so tired. So tired. The hum, the one from the village, it was all around me now. It vibrated in my ears. It felt like it was inside my head. And then, everything went black. No, not just dark. Black. A deep, endless black. I woke up underground. The air was cold and still. I was lying on a hard, smooth stone floor. My head throbbed. I blinked, trying to make sense of the faint light. It looked like a big stone church, like a cathedral. A huge, circular room. Torches lined the walls, burning bright. Their flames flickered, casting dancing shadows. The light was warm, but it didn't feel comforting. There were stone tablets, too, standing upright. They were covered in writing, strange symbols I didn't understand. And books, hundreds and hundreds of them. They lined the walls from floor to ceiling, stacked neatly. Some were covered in animal skin, old and worn. Others were bound in wood, thick and heavy. I pushed myself up, my body aching. I walked closer to one of the shelves, my hand reaching out. I pulled a book down. It was heavy. I opened it, and my breath caught in my throat. Every single one of them was written in my own handwriting, my own loops and curves, my own way of making letters. It was impossible. I flipped through another book, then another. They were all the same. And then I saw it. My blog entries, word for word, just like I wrote them on my computer. But they were here, in these old books, centuries before I was even born. It was like a nightmare. There were drawings of me everywhere too, in different clothes, different settings, but always me. My face, my eyes. It was like a gallery of my past lives. "You are not the first," Elsner whispered. His voice was soft, but it echoed in the vast chamber. He was standing right behind me. I hadn't even heard him approach. He looked calm, almost peaceful. "You are the ridge's voice," he said. "Its echo, its quill." My mind spun. Voice? Echo? Quill? What was he talking about? I felt dizzy. This was too much. He gestured to a shallow pool of shiny silver water. It was in the center of the room. The surface was perfectly still, like a mirror. I walked towards it, my feet dragging. In it, I saw another me. He was dressed differently, in clothes that looked like they were from the future. He was talking to a camera, just like I do for my blog. He was smiling, a bright, easy smile, and the date next to him said 2074. My future. Or was it my past? I couldn't tell anymore. My head pounded. It wakes you when the world starts to forget, Elsner said. His voice was soft and slow, explaining something that was so old, so vast. He told me about the ridge. Not just a mountain, no, but something alive. Something that needed stories. Something that needed to be remembered. And I was the one who remembered it. I was not just a visitor here. I was a vessel. My soul had been rewritten over and over again. Every life I lived, it was to gather stories for the ridge. That's what I was. A storyteller for a mountain. It explained so much, my strange pull to forgotten places, the way I felt so at home in old dusty towns. It wasn't just a hobby. It was my purpose. The hum, the one I had heard in the village, it was here too. But here, it wasn't scary. It felt like a heartbeat, the heartbeat of the ridge, and it felt like it was inside me. I looked at the books again. All my words, all my journeys, not just my own, but journeys from other times, other lives, all flowing into this one place. I thought about the villagers, their quiet fear, their prayers. They weren't just living here. They were guardians, keepers of the secret. And I was their keeper. It was a lot to take in. My whole life, everything I thought I knew, it was all turned upside down. I wasn't Brian Summers, the travel blogger. I was Brian Summers, the voice of the ridge. As I sat with the villagers that night, back in my little cabin, by the warm fire in the hearth, I didn't scream. No, I didn't run. No, not anymore. The fear was gone, replaced by something else, a quiet understanding, a calm acceptance. The ridge had chosen me again, and I remembered. It wasn't a sudden flash, no, but a slow, gentle unfolding, like a fog lifting. Memories that weren't just my own, but felt like mine. Old faces, old names, old journeys. They all started to make sense. I remembered the cold, the silence, the endless walk. I remembered the first time I saw the village, so perfect, so hidden. I remembered the taste of the dark bread, the warmth of the milk. My fingers started to twitch. They yearned for a pen. They just wanted to hold it, to write, to tell the story. Not just my story, no, but the ridge's story. The story of all the lives I had lived. And somewhere in the world, far, far away from Eastfold Ridge, a reader refreshed their computer screen. They were probably sitting in a warm house sipping coffee. They were reading my newest blog update. It said, "The Ridge Beyond Winter, a place time forgot." And they would never know, no, they would never, ever know. That I never truly left, that I was always here, that my words were just echoes, and that the ridge, it was always listening, waiting for the next story, and the next me. My name is Miles Wesson, used to be Navy deep-sea diver. Now, I work for a small-time marine research group down here in Destin, Florida. We're the kind of outfit people forget exists. Not enough money, not enough gear, always trying to figure out bits and pieces of an ocean that guards its secrets like treasure. It's thankless work mostly, charting currents nobody cares about and counting fish populations that are probably already gone. But it keeps my hands busy. Keeps my mind from wandering too far down paths I can't come back from. Home is this old stilt house right on the coast. The white paint's peeling off in flakes the size of quarters, showing the weathered gray wood underneath. I swear the roof's got more patches than original shingles, and the porch swing? It groans and sighs with every gust of wind, like it's telling its troubles to the Gulf waves that crash just yards away. Used to love that sound. Now it just makes the quiet inside feel heavier. Ever since June, the silence in this house has been a physical thing, something thick and suffocating. June. That's when the world tilted sideways and never quite righted itself. That's when I lost Emma, my little girl, 6 years old. She had these eyes, big and brown, full of questions and wonder, always asking about the ocean, about the things I saw down deep. She wanted to be a diver, just like her daddy. Said she'd find mermaids. She was on a school field trip to the beach, sand castles and picnic lunches. Just a normal Tuesday. They said she drowned. A rogue wave, maybe. An undertow. Quick, they said. That's the official story. The one printed on the reports. The one the sympathetic neighbors whisper when they think I can't hear. Drowned. Simple. Final. Except nothing about it feels simple. Since then, it's like I'm moving through fog. Days blur together. Wake up, force down some stale coffee, the cheap gas station kind that tastes like burnt plastic. Chain smoke Marlboro Reds until my throat feels raw, maybe stare at the waves for an hour or two, then try to sleep. Mostly fail. The house is full of ghosts, her tiny yellow rain boots by the door, a crayon drawing taped to the fridge, a lopsided mermaid with bright orange hair, her laughter echoing in rooms she hasn't run through in months. Every corner holds a memory sharpened like broken glass. So, when this latest assignment came up, I jumped at it. Anything to get away from the creaking porch swing and the weight of the quiet. Anything to put some distance between me and the memories trying to drown me right here on dry land. The mission sounded straightforward enough, on paper anyway. We were tasked with surveying an offshore dead zone deep in the Gulf. Place had a bad reputation since the last big oil spill messed everything up. Officially, it was labeled environmentally unstable. Unofficially, the local fishermen, the old salts who've spent their lives on these waters, they spun yarns about it, said the place played tricks on you. Compasses going haywire, GPS signals vanishing into thin air, radios crackling with static that sounded almost like voices. Ghost stories, I figured. Bad data, faulty equipment, maybe too much sun messing with people's heads. I wasn't paid to believe in sea monsters or haunted water. Our crew was bare bones, typical for our outfit. Just 4 of us rattling around on a boat built for 20. There was Brandon Hale, the marine biologist. Mid-30s, smart guy, but perpetually annoyed by the lack of funding and the endless paperwork. Always had some faded t-shirt from a punk band I'd never heard of peeking out from under his wetsuit collar. Then there was Cassie Monroe, our acoustic tech. Younger, maybe 27, sharp as a tack. She lived with her headphones on, big professional ones usually draped around her neck like a doctor's stethoscope. Claimed she could hear the ocean's heartbeat in the pings and echoes. Kind of poetic, I guess. And finally Donnie Bragg, our ROV operator. Quiet guy, early 40s maybe. Had that look about him. The 1,000-yard stare you see in guys who've seen things they don't talk about. Combat vet, someone mentioned once. He was missing the pointer and middle finger on his left hand, just smooth scars where they used to be. Never heard him say how it happened, and nobody ever asked. We chugged out into the Gulf aboard the Silver Point, a boat that had seen better days. She was an old supply vessel, rust streaks running down her sides like tears, engine coughing like a lifelong smoker. But she was ours, retrofitted with a dive station platform welded onto the stern, a cramped research hold smelling faintly of brine and formaldehyde, and enough sonar gear crammed into the bridge to supposedly paint a clear picture of the seabed miles below. The job: head out to a trench designated L32A, a spot the Coast Guard had red flagged for weird readings, collect water samples, scoop up some sediment, catalog any critters we found, and report back. Easy peasy. Except it wasn't. Right from the start, things felt off. The water temperature was way higher than the charts predicted, almost uncomfortably warm, like bathwater left out too long. The fish we scanned weren't schooling right. They darted erratically, sometimes swimming in tight, unnatural circles, other times vanishing from the sonar screens entirely when they should have been right there. Cassie, glued to her headphones, kept frowning. The acoustic pings, the sonar waves we sent down into the blackness, they weren't bouncing back clean. There were echoes. Strange, trailing reverberations that didn't match the topography. She described it once, pulling off her headphones, her brow furrowed. "It's like," she'd whispered, eyes wide, "like something down there is breathing back at us." We laughed it off. Equipment malfunction. Weird thermocline layers messing with the sound waves. Had to be. 3 days into the survey, hunched over the main sonar display in the dim light of the bridge, we saw it. Something big showed up on the screen, a solid oblong shape deep in the trench below, L32A. It wasn't rock. The return signature was too smooth, too symmetrical. It wasn't stationary. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace that sent a prickle down my spine. It glided through the water column with an unnatural silence, no engine noise, no propulsion signature our gear could detect. It seemed to notice the ROV Donnie had sent down. The little remote sub, bristling with cameras and manipulator arms, looked like a toy next to this thing on the display. The shape paused, hovering near the ROV for a long, tense minute, as if inspecting it. Then, just as Donnie was about to try and get a camera lock, it dissolved, slipped away from the sonar beam like smoke curling through your fingers. Gone. Brandon, ever the skeptic trying to lighten the mood, clapped Donnie on the shoulder. "Probably just a Gulf ghost, Donnie boy. Big ol' phantom squid checking out your hardware." He laughed, but it sounded forced. Nobody else joined in. The air felt thick. Later that day, the fish arrived. Or rather, a fish. Donnie was piloting the ROV along the trench floor, mapping a series of strange geological vents, when the camera picked it up. It wasn't like anything I'd ever seen, not in any Navy dive manual, not in any textbook Brandon had on board. It was maybe a foot long, with a long, sinuous body like an eel, but covered in these interlocking, segmented plates, like dark, iridescent armor, almost like a stretched-out horseshoe crab, but sleek, built for movement. It shimmered in the ROV's lights, reflecting blues and greens. But the eyes, that was the part that made my stomach clench. Deep-sea creatures usually have bulbous, vacant eyes, or tiny pinpricks adapted to the dark. This thing's eyes were set forward, almost intelligent. They seemed to track the ROV's camera with an unsettling focus. They looked disturbingly aware, almost human. And its mouth. God, the mouth. It wasn't a typical fish mouth, all teeth and gaping maw. It was framed by, well, there's no other word for it. Lips. Thin, pale, fleshy lips that seemed capable of more than just feeding. They pulsed slightly in the current. Donnie, silent as ever, expertly maneuvered the ROV's manipulator arm. The metal claw closed gently around the creature's midsection. It didn't struggle much, just gave a slight, disconcerting undulation. He brought it up slowly, carefully, transferring it to a special high-pressure containment tank back on the Silver Point. We gathered around the thick acrylic cylinder, staring at the thing swimming slowly inside. Its plated body caught the overhead lights, and those weirdly knowing eyes seemed to watch each of us in turn. "Never seen anything like it," Brandon muttered, already flipping through digital databases on his tablet. No match. Nothing even close. Cassie just hugged herself, staring at its mouth. "Those lips," she whispered. The containment tank was state-of-the-art, designed to hold deep-sea specimens under immense pressure. It held the creature for exactly 26 hours. The next morning, the tank was empty. No cracks, no leaks. The seals were intact. But the fish was gone. We searched the lab, the hold, every inch of the deck. Nothing. It had simply vanished. Except it hadn't really left. That evening, leaning over the stern rail, watching the sunset bleed orange and purple across the unnaturally calm water, I saw a flash of movement deep below, a flicker of iridescent armor catching the last rays of light. It darted under the hull, then reappeared moments later on the other side. It wasn't running. It was circling, staying with us, like it wanted to be seen, like it was waiting for something. That night, the real weirdness started. I was in the comms room, trying to make sense of the hydrophone logs Cassie had been recording. Endless hours of underwater sound, clicks, whistles, the groan of the ship's hull, the distant thrum of tanker traffic. I was fast-forwarding through a section recorded just after the fish vanished, my eyes heavy, the low hum of the equipment making me drowsy. And then I heard it. Faint, distorted by the water and the recording static, but unmistakable. "Daddy?" My blood ran cold. I slammed the stop button, my heart hammering against my ribs. Emma's voice, clear as day, though warped and watery. It was the way she used to call me when she woke up from a bad dream. I rewound the log, my hand shaking so badly I could barely control the knob. Played it again. Daddy? It was there, not a hallucination, not my grief playing tricks. It was on the recording. I called Brandon and Donnie in, played it for them. Brandon frowned, tilted his head. Sounds like interference, Miles. Static discharge, maybe? Or just a weird echo bouncing off the hull? Donnie just listened, his face unreadable, then shrugged. They thought I was cracking up, the grieving father hearing phantom voices. Stress of the mission, isolation, lack of sleep. Maybe they were right. Maybe the silence on the boat was finally getting to me, filling the void with the sound I missed most. I tried to push it away, told myself it was nothing. Until the next afternoon. Cassie stumbled back from the acoustic station, her face sheet white, headphones dangling forgotten from one hand. She grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in. "Miles!" she choked out, her voice trembling. "I heard it. Just now. On the live feed." "Heard what, Cassie?" Her eyes were wide with terror. "A little girl. Crying. It came from inside the ocean." She swallowed hard. She said, "Why'd you let me drown, Daddy?" My breath hitched. The same question that had haunted my own nightmares for months. Not static, not interference. Something else. Something real. We had to know where it was coming from. Cassie, pale but determined, went back to her station. She triangulated the signal, filtering out the background noise, focusing on that specific, horrifying frequency. The source wasn't random. It wasn't drifting. It was concentrated. And it was moving, leading us. Following the signal felt wrong, like chasing a ghost, but we had no choice. It was the only lead we had in this whole mess. The signal led us deeper into the L32A trench, toward a section the chart showed as empty seabed, but the sonar started painting a different picture. A large mass, bigger than the first anomaly, loomed out of the silt and gloom. As Donnie guided the ROV closer, its lights cutting through the perpetual night, the shape resolved itself. It was a wreck, huge, ancient-looking, covered in decades, maybe centuries of marine growth, thick layers of silt and rust obscuring its lines. But the shape was unmistakable. A submarine, old, big, no markings visible, no numbers, no flag, no identification whatsoever. Just a massive, corroded metal husk resting silently on the seabed, a tomb sealed by time and pressure. One of the forward torpedo hatches was slightly ajar, cracked open like a sneering mouth. After a tense discussion, we decided Donnie would try to get the ROV inside. The risk was huge, entanglement, crushing pressure, stirring up God knows what. But the voices, the fish, this wreck, it all felt connected. Carefully, painstakingly, Donnie maneuvered the little drone through the cracked hatch. The cameras relayed flickering images back to the Silver Point, flooded compartments, rusted control panels, gauges frozen in time. It was like peering into a forgotten crypt. The ROV's lights swept over sealed metal crates stacked against a bulkhead. Data consoles, surprisingly intact despite the water damage, and nestled in a corner, looking eerily functional, a squat metal tower studded with strange antenna-like protrusions, some kind of signal device, still humming with latent power, broadcasting that weak, haunting frequency Cassie had picked up. But the biggest find was lying on a chart table, miraculously preserved in a watertight pouch. A logbook, heavy, bound in stained canvas, the cover stamped with faded gold lettering, U.S. Naval Command, Project Echobirth. Donnie used the ROV's manipulator arm, the one missing 2 fingers, to carefully retrieve the logbook. Bringing it back to the surface felt like hauling up something cursed. Back in the lab, we painstakingly dried the pages, our breath held tight. The ink was smeared in places, the paper brittle, but much of it was legible. Entries detailed experiments. Dates stretched back decades, deep into the Cold War era. The language was clinical, detached, but the implications were horrifying. Phase 3 trials initiated. Vocal emotion imprinting successful using modified bioacoustic carriers. Designation, messengers. Marine fauna demonstrate remarkable signal retention and targeted response to specific grief tones. Subject D7 response confirmed. Asset exposure to pre-recorded maternal distress calls triggered significant behavioral shift. Suggestive navigation towards designated coordinates noted. Further trials pending budget approval. Priority, refine imprinting for sorrow, guilt, fear frequencies. Asset integrity remains critical. Long-term containment protocols under review. Emma's voice. Cassie hearing the crying child. It wasn't random. It wasn't a ghost. It was recorded, stored, transmitted. The fish, the strange, armor-plated creature Donnie had caught. They weren't just fish. They were carriers, living black boxes, biologically engineered or somehow altered, designed to absorb and replicate the raw frequencies of human emotional agony. Pain, loss, guilt, terror, human grief, weaponized, turned into a lure, a signal, maybe even a weapon itself. Project Echo Birth. What a sickeningly ironic name. The discovery of the logbook seemed to crack something open, not just in our understanding, but on the ship itself. The already frayed edges of our sanity started to unravel fast. Brandon was the first to really go downhill. He'd been assisting Donnie with processing some sediment samples retrieved near the subwreck. The next morning, he woke up coughing violently, spitting thick, dark blood into the sink. His skin felt clammy, feverish. We checked his dive suit from the day before. Tiny puncture marks, almost invisible, dotted the forearm section. Something in that silt, maybe released from the disturbed wreck, was toxic. Highly toxic. Within hours, he was delirious, muttering about phantom limbs and seeing colors that weren't there. We confined him to his bunk, pumping him full of antibiotics from the limited med kit, but he just got worse. Strange, faint patterns, almost like bioluminescence, started appearing on his skin where the punctures were. Cassie retreated into herself completely. She stopped talking, stopped eating, barely seemed to sleep. She just sat at her acoustic station, headphones clamped tight over her ears, eyes fixed on the readouts, occasionally whispering things too low for us to catch. Once, I tried to get her to take a break, put a hand on her shoulder. She flinched violently, her eyes darting around like a cornered animal. She pointed a shaking finger towards the speaker relaying the hydrophone feed. "They're singing," she whispered, her voice raspy. "So many voices. They don't stop." After that, she wouldn't let anyone near her station. Then there was Donnie. Quiet Donnie. He became even quieter, if that was possible. He spent hours locked in the ROV bay, ostensibly running diagnostics, but we could hear faint, muffled sounds from inside. Music, maybe, or talking. One evening, he didn't show up for the shift change. We banged on the locked door. No response. Getting worried, Brandon, weak as he was, helped me use a cutting torch from the workshop to slice through the lock. The door swung open. Donnie wasn't working on the ROV. He was just sitting on the floor, back against the bulkhead, staring blankly at the wall. In his lap, he held an old, battered cassette tape player. One of those cheap portable ones from the 80s. A single cassette tape was inside, its label handwritten in faded blue ink. Langston, June 14th, 1972. Daughter's last call. The play button was pressed down. Faintly, through the cheap speaker, distorted and tinny, we could hear a little girl's voice, pleading, crying, calling for her daddy. It wasn't Emma's voice. Donnie looked up at us, his eyes hollow, ancient. "They found her," he whispered, his voice thick with a grief I recognized all too well. After all these years, they found her voice. He never told us he had a daughter, never mentioned losing anyone. Another ghost surfacing from the deep, drawn out by Project Echo Birth. I couldn't take it anymore. The voices, the dying crewmate, the quiet man broken by a decades-old echo, the fish circling below like patient vultures. The logbook hinted at the fish being carriers, leading subjects, but where? What was the source? What was this really all about? Emma's voice. Why her voice? Why target me? The official story of her drowning felt thin now, brittle, like the pages of that cursed logbook. I had to know the truth. All of it. There was a small, one-person deep submergence vehicle pod on board, the Sea Wasp, usually reserved for emergencies or delicate solo observation dives. It was risky, going down there alone, into the heart of whatever this anomaly was, with the Silver Point barely functional and the crew falling apart. It was bordering on suicide. But the thought of Emma, the sound of her voice used as bait, it burned away caution. I suited up, the familiar weight of the dive gear a strange comfort. Checked the seals, the oxygen levels, the comms, though I didn't expect anyone topside to be capable of much help. Brandon was fading fast. Cassie was lost in her sonic nightmare. Donnie was lost in 1972. I was on my own. As I climbed into the cramped sphere of the Sea Wasp, Donnie stirred. He looked at me, a flicker of awareness in his haunted eyes. He didn't say anything, just reached out with his good hand and pressed something small and metallic into my palm. An old, tarnished St. Christopher medal, patron saint of travelers. He nodded once, then retreated back into his silence. The pod splashed into the unnaturally warm water. Thrusters whirred, pulling me down into the crushing blackness. The Silver Point shrank above me, becoming a distant point of light, then vanishing altogether. Down here, it was a different universe. Silent, immense, terrifyingly empty. Except it wasn't empty. As I descended deeper into the L-32A trench, following the faint, persistent signal Cassie had locked onto, they appeared. First one, then two, then dozens. The messenger fish. They emerged from the gloom, their armored bodies catching the pod's external lights, shimmering with eerie blues and greens. They didn't attack. They didn't flee. They just escorted me. Swimming alongside the viewport, their strange, human-like eyes fixed on me, their lipped mouths pulsing rhythmically. It felt like a funeral procession. The signal grew stronger, overwhelming the pod's sensors. And then, my lights hit it. The source. It wasn't geological. It wasn't wreckage. It was organic. A massive, sprawling structure rising from the trench floor, easily the size of a city block. It looked like coral, but wrong. Twisted, sharp, geometric in places, glowing with a faint, internal bioluminescence, a sickly yellow-green light that pulsed slowly, like a diseased heart. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of the messenger fish swarmed around it, circling endlessly, drawn to it like moths to a monstrous flame. This was the hive, the nest, the central node of Project Echo Birth. As I guided the Sea Wasp closer, the pod's lights revealed horrifying details within the structure's intricate lattice. It wasn't just coral. Fused within it were other things. Metal fragments, rusted dog tags glinting dully, pieces of machinery, twisted scraps of submarines and ships, and bones. Small bones, unmistakably human, nestled among the glowing coral. Children's toys, a plastic doll's arm, a small metal car. Wedding rings still looped around skeletal finger bones. It was a mausoleum, a sunken repository of grief, built from the wreckage of countless tragedies, powered by stolen sorrow. And then, the singing started. It wasn't just Emma's voice anymore. It rose from the hive, a cacophony of anguish. Hundreds of voices, overlapping, echoing, amplified by the strange acoustics of the trench and the hive itself. Men, women, children. Screams of terror from sinking ships, choked cries from drowning victims, final whispered goodbyes from soldiers bleeding out on forgotten battlefields. Decades of pain, loss, and fear, captured, stored, and now unleashed. The fish, my escorts, they joined in, their lipped mouths opening, emitting high-pitched, keening frequencies that blended with the human voices, creating a sound that burrowed directly into my skull, bypassing my ears entirely. It was the sound of pure, weaponized despair. Through the overwhelming noise, one voice cut through, clearer than the others. Emma's. Not just the single, questioning daddy anymore. It was a montage. Her bright laughter from her 5th birthday party. her sleepy murmurs as I tucked her into bed, her excited squeals playing tag in the yard, and then darker fragments, crying, a scream of sudden, sharp terror, a choked gasp, her final breath, watery and faint, every memory I treasured, every moment I had tried desperately to bury since June, played back to me from the heart of this nightmare machine. They had captured her, all of her. My eyes scanned the surface of the hive, searching for, I didn't know what, an explanation, a reason. And then I saw it. Embedded near the base, partially overgrown but still visible, was a recording device, different from the Cold War tech in the submarine, newer. A deep-sea camera unit, built to withstand extreme pressure. Its lens was still intact, aimed outwards, and next to it, a small, flickering display panel, somehow still active, cycling through corrupted data streams. Fragments of video footage flickered across the screen, grainy images, twisted metal, fire, water spraying, men shouting. It took me a moment to recognize it. Footage from the Horizon Deepwater rig explosion 5 years ago. The disaster that had supposedly created this dead zone in the first place. And then I saw her. Emma. She wasn't on a beach trip that day in June. She was on a boat, a small tour vessel, part of some educational outreach program I vaguely remembered signing a permission slip for. Something about marine ecosystems, funded by a government environmental grant. A cover. A lie. The tour boat had been near the exclusion zone of the old Horizon Deepwater site. Too near. Maybe an underwater tremor, maybe residual instability from the initial disaster, maybe something related to the hive itself. But something happened. An explosion. A release of gas. The footage was chaotic, fragmented. But I saw her face, clear as day, just for a second. Eyes wide with terror, mouth open in a silent scream as water surged around her. She didn't drown peacefully on some sunny beach. She was there, at the site, exposed to whatever hell Project Echo Birth had seeded deep below. The fish. They hadn't just found a random voice. They were there when she screamed. They captured her terror, her final moments, right at the source. My daughter hadn't just died. She had been harvested. Her fear, her voice, turned into data, into bait. And me? Sending me here, knowing my history, knowing my loss. I wasn't just a researcher. I was the final field test. Could the imprinted grief of a specific child lure its parent into the kill zone? Could paternal anguish be weaponized as effectively as battlefield terror? Project Echo Birth hadn't ended with the Cold War. It had just evolved. Gone deeper, gotten uglier. Rage, cold and pure, washed over me, momentarily silencing the choir of the damned. They took her. They used her. They brought me here to witness it, to validate their sick experiment. I knew what I had to do. There was no rescue coming, no way to fight this thing conventionally, but I had the Sea Wasp. And the Sea Wasp had power cells, fuel, systems that could be overloaded. My fingers flew across the control panel, bypassing safety protocols, rerouting power, initiating a core overload sequence in the pod's main fuel cell. A crude bomb, but maybe, just maybe enough to damage the hive, to silence the voices, even for a little while. A 10-minute countdown started blinking on the main display. I looked out the viewport. The messenger fish hadn't scattered. They pressed closer, their armored bodies bumping gently against the acrylic sphere. They circled me, their human eyes watching, their lipped mouths still emitting that horrible, beautiful, grieving song. They weren't fleeing the impending detonation. It felt like they welcomed it. Like they were singing a dirge for themselves, for the voices they carried, for the whole sorry, weaponized mess. The chorus swelled, Emma's voice rising above the others one last time. Not the scream this time. Her laughter. Bright, clear, innocent. The sound that used to be my whole world. I closed my eyes, leaning my forehead against the cool viewport. The timer ticked down. 5 seconds. 4, 3. Daddy's coming, Em, I whispered into the crushing silence of the deep. Daddy's coming home. 2, 1, and then only silence. A silence deeper and more profound than any I had ever known. 2 weeks later, a Coast Guard patrol boat found the Silver Point adrift, bumping gently against the shoreline near Biloxi, Mississippi. The ship was deserted. No signs of struggle. Engines cold. Communication logs wiped clean after our initial reports of the strange fish. Brandon Hale, Cassie Monroe, and Donnie Bragg were gone. Vanished without a trace. In the cockpit, resting on the command chair, investigators found a single, old cassette tape. The kind Donnie had been holding. It wasn't the one labeled Langston. This one had a new label, stuck crookedly over the old one. Just 4 words, handwritten in shaky block letters: "She never drowned." They played the tape, of course, logged it as evidence, but it contained no voice, no music, no explanation, just the soft, slow, rhythmic sound of a heartbeat, steady, calm, and beneath it, almost too low to hear, the sound of water, not waves crashing, not the trickle of a leak. It sounded, they said, like the ocean itself was gently, slowly breathing,